Greetings, beautiful nerds. Welcome to our 11th session of our mini-series, The Survivors of Ashcaleen, exploring the homebrew world of Odromia. As you can see, I am joined by not the faces that you've gotten used to as you've come a long way with our heroes, Ivar, Neska, and Hord'n. I am in fact joined by a new cast. A cast that has a very long history within the world of Odromia. I'm excited for this session happening New Year's Eve as we move into this new year of 2024 with this group of people, some of whom have been with this campaign almost 4 whole years. As I've said in other streams or when I go on live on TikTok, I have a campaign that isn't published. It's not recorded. It was started during the pandemic, and we've just been playing. And we just have formed a really great relationship over the last 4 years, and it's truly been awesome to watch not only characters level up, but I can say these people level up in so many different ways. So, as I said, I'm excited to continue this journey with our beloved heroes as they sojourn through this world, encountering all manner of new and exciting adventures. But who better to introduce themselves than our wonderful cast? Starting with Mike.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Mike. I am a roguelok named Sixmark, and my socials are private, so.
Lindsay.
Hey. My name is Lindsay. I am boring as hell, but check out my infrequent, silly little TikTok at bent_beastly, if you so choose. Today, I will be playing my character, Fatema Lux, who is a wild magic sorcerer / College of Swords bard.
Aisha.
Hey, y'all. My name's Aisha, or I go by Isha. I've been with this campaign since the beginning.
You're the reason this campaign started.
You know,
let's not sell yourself short. If we hadn't
everyone.
been talking about like nerd stuff, we never would have had that conversation. This whole thing would never have happened.
Thanks, y'all. So you're welcome. Anyway, my social media is Epic Flow with 4 O's. You can find me playing tonight as the character Boop, aka Boop. She is a tiefling sorcerer monk from the monastery of Selune.
And, of course, as always, I am your friendly neighborhood dungeon master, perhaps not so friendly this evening, Andy, aka Mr.DanDyDM, and I can be found on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and on all the other socials. If you happen to come across this episode, and I really hope that you do, and you really like what we've done so far, please consider going all the way back to the beginning and watching our earlier stuff to see how we got to this moment. So, now that we've gotten our introductions out of the way, let us take, for some, a first step with this new cast with the survivors of Ashcaleen. Boop. You are high above the city of Brecca. As you are, your wings fluttering in the breeze, it is still nighttime, the moon is high in the sky, and you're able to see the city of Brecca sort of laid out in front of you, all of the different neighborhoods, all of the different districts. You are still in communication with Fatema and the other party members. You all are very concerned right now because of Tundo's absence. He was not present within the astral sea as you had a conversation with Bahamut, the dragon god of goodness and justice. Bahamut made you an offer. He bequeathed a gift to you, which you, of course, hold, Boop, an aspect of his power. And in exchange, you all are to find the Tower of Durastir. Again, you are high above the city. To your right, you see the city just sort of laid in front of you as you're sort of hovering, just sort of running parallel with the bay on your right. As you turn to your right, your eyes see something that is very concerning. And it's concerning because whether through timey-wimey shenanigans, all of the stuff that you're seeing on your right wasn't there before. As you look off to your right, you see a massive fleet of city ships, dwarven city ships that are lining the bay with what looks to be smaller vessels that are piloting towards the shore. It looks like that there is a massive contingent of dwarves that are making their way to the shores of Brecca, towards the Demacia docks. Fatema, you are making your way on land with Six, and you are running just with thoughts, just anxious thoughts just sort of running through your mind. In all of your time, Mephistopheles has never prepared you for anything like this, having to deal with the repercussions of meddling with any kind of timeline, any kind of history that has somehow not only manipulated the presence of Tundo, but from what you all observed, the very existence of Six. Which brings me to Six. Six, as you are running, all of these thoughts are just racing through your mind. And it's literally the worst nightmare you could possibly have. Everybody that you distantly held dear, because up until a couple days ago, you had not been home in quite some time. It was a relief to see your parents well, to see your siblings well, to see your mentor who helped raise you to be the tabaxi that you are, and to have not only none of them recognize you, but to hear when you mentioned who you are, your name, your place in the family as the eldest, to have it thrown back in your face as you died young. Some accident, something happened. You were not supposed to be here. You were running side by side with Fatema. What thoughts are immediately screaming through your head, Six?
As I'm running, I think Six would be absolutely, like you said, just and I'm pretty sure I said this in the last session too, Six is kind of undergoing a minor panic attack because as in his life, he's always had this sort of rock that he could depend on. Despite everything that goes on, he can always think back to his siblings, his family. Now he doesn't have that. He has that vulnerability that has been opened up, and I feel like in Six's mind, it's just the cyclical thoughts of what's going on, where am I, what's happened, what can I do to fix it, over and over and over again. Really, probably not really paying attention to where he is at the moment, just kind of running for the sake of running.
Okay. Fatema, same question to you. With all of the things that have happened over the last 24 hours, not the least of which is the fact that you just raised Six from the dead. And to have, through some crazy bullshit, Six seemingly taken, but not from the world, is what are your thoughts? What is Fatema feeling in this moment?
Part of her is wondering if there's something that we did that had a hand in tipping the scales in this direction, if something that by us stepping into the astral plane or even or the astral sea rather, or even before that, some domino we tipped over that caused this. But she quickly puts that aside because we got to get moving, we got to get somewhere safe and regroup again. And so her primary focus is making sure that everybody gets to doing that safely, especially since we are down yet another member of the group. And also in the back of her mind, she's kind of running through the Rolodex of like, what do I have that I can help us get through this? What can I do to sort of give us some beacon of hope as we run for our lives, figuring out what the hell went wrong.
Boop. In all of your years, you never, in your wildest imagination, would ever think that you would be not only the daughter of one ruler of the Nine Hells, but that you have family in the Nine Hells. And on top of that, your mother's a goddess. You never would have thought that you would ever stand in the presence of the Platinum Dragon. What thoughts are racing through your mind as you are seeing the things that you are seeing? Also to note, Midnight Citadel is gone. At least it was the last time you looked. And as you turn your head back towards the city, you see it momentarily flicker back. It's there, and then suddenly it's not again. And it's almost like a ghostly apparition. Like something is changing, or something has changed. What thoughts are racing through Boop's mind?
As Boop's still kind of hovering above the city, there's a part of her brain that's still panicking about where Tundo is, because the fact that it took them that long to realize that he's missing, and they've been together for so long. She's trying to hold her panic in and kind of figure out next steps. And as she sees the Citadel kind of flash, she kind of stares back at it, and you can see her. I don't. If Fatema and Six ever look up, they can see her kind of start to move towards it, almost in like a disbelieving drift towards that space, and kind of stop. And as she's like turning and looking at the city, she's realizing that she has no real control over anything. And yet everyone keeps asking her to make a decision. And all she wants to do is kind of like disappear in this moment.
As you have this thought, the Midnight Citadel, this massive obsidian obelisk that is piercing, jutting out from the sands of Brecca, flickers once again and then is gone. Down beneath you to your right, you do see that there is like a flotilla of smaller ships that have disembarked from the city ships out in the bay. And it's almost the first thing that sort of pops into your mind is it looks like a landing party. You also see down at the very bottom beneath you on the docks that several ships are aflame. What do you all do?
Can I do a perception check to see what the flag banners are? Because I know.
Give me a roll.
If we're seeing, while she's doing that, if we're seeing Boop slow and turn to a certain direction, I'm assuming we both, Six and I, would stop. And I turn to Six and ask him, do you have two things? Do you have anything of Tundo's, anything personal that I could use? And along those same lines, anything of Rihanna's. And I mean real personal, like personal items. The more personal, the better.
I don't have anything of. Six kind of bitterly looks at the ground. Hers. I don't have any of hers, but I do have this. This was entrusted to me by Tundo. And Six reaches into his pack and pulls out the stone that goes on Tundo's greatsword. Remember, he entrusted that to me long ago. And I handed that over. Still got this.
So I take the stone, and with just that little bit of, like I was saying before, hope, like a kernel, just a nugget of hope that we would at least be able to find him. But I'm still very, very much focused on finding Rihanna, because she crossed us bad. Him worse than any of us, but she crossed us bad, and she's gonna have to pay. Are you sure, Six? Like absolutely nothing. The smallest keepsake. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's got to be hers. I don't know, some freaky stuff. I don't know, hair. Nothing. You got nothing of hers.
Well, and Six reaches into his pack and pulls out something that he only pulls out in times of stress, and he does this very secretly. He pulls out what he calls his little ball of soft, It's something that I put in my out of game. This is something I put in my inventory like way back when I started. Completely forgot about it. Essentially, what it is a stress toy. It's a little stress toy, just a little like pouch that's like a little bean bag with like little shiny things on it, kind of embroidered into it. A little bean bag, probably some little keepsakes that Six has picked up along his travels that he's sewn into it. And yeah, there is a little lock of her hair, tiny little lock of her hair on that. And Six hands this, kind of like looks at it, and he's like, I wanted to put this out of my mind. I was hoping that I was looking to get rid of this in a more spectacular fashion. But here, he hands it over and says, "Let's fix this shit."
So I hold each item in both of my hands, and I message up to Boop at the same time, if you will, for flavor, as I'm kind of speaking aloud this to Six. Which path do we want to go first? Finding our friend or seeking vengeance?
Boop, you are still up in the air, sort of surveying and taking your view of the landscape right now, trying to... The last thing you noticed was that there were certain ships on the Demacia docks that were on fire. And you rolled a 6 on your perception. That was for what exactly again?
I wanted to see if I could see the banners of the ships, if I recognized like who was invading. Like I know it's a dwarven
Of the
ship,
city ships.
Yes.
Okay. Whether it's just because of the distance or the fact that there's a little bit of a wind that's picked up and the flags are sort of fluttering in the breeze, the banners are fluttering in the breeze, you're not able to ascertain exact markings that would lead you to remember anything about any of the ships. Because, let's be honest, there was one city ship in the bay when you guys were making your your crossing from one side of Brecca to the other. There was one city ship, and now there are 7. And these ships may be a little bit smaller than the island of Manhattan.
So Boop is like trying to piece it out because she's like, well, maybe somehow like trying to grasp the fact that maybe they're like Tundo's people. Maybe we can, because I know he has his axe, and wherever he is, maybe that's a way we can connect to him or find him or something. But because she can't make it out, she kind of looks down to where Six and Fatema are running, and kind of whispers to Fatema, I don't know if we can trust, if these are Tundo's people, like his family. I think my heart wants us to find Tundo, but something tells me that we won't find him until we take care of the Nightmoors. And she kind of dips low towards and starts flying towards the direction of where Fatema and Six are.
Okay. You touch down. At this point, if we consult the map of Brecca, you guys are you're about to pass from the Amethyst Worm, or you guys are actually in the Golden Crescent right now. At this point, you are fairly close to the Demacia docks, so you can sort of see like columns of smoke rise as you can't see the ships yourself, Six and Fatema, but you can definitely see the column of smoke that would lead in your mind to believe that, oh, these ships are on fire. Boop, as you descend, you hear the sounds of screams from these ships, sailors that are perishing in a fire. You also hear just slightly the sound of some kind of combat, some kind of conflict that's taking place.
Well, having heard Boop say that as much as she is concerned about finding Tundo and the lack of certainty that we all have about what's going on at the Demacia docks with the dwarven ships, I look at both of the items in my hand, go ahead and stuff the stone, Tundo stone, into my pouch or whatever, and lift the keepsake sack of 6s and say, vengeance it is. And then I pull out the Eye of Mephistar, and with that, I cast Scrying. to find Rihanna.
You're using it to find Rihanna?
Yes.
Okay. Can you throw up the Eye of Mephistar again into the chat? I know that I give you guys really powerful shit sometimes. I don't always remember everything that it does.
All cool
I
shit.
am not perfect.
We appreciate you anyway, Andy. Always.
Okay, so the Eye of Mephistar, which was a gift from the Lord of Kenya himself. Okay, it is the all-seeing eye surrounding the stone, and the stone has an ever-moving image of a nebula, and of Kenya. The target must. Okay.
Lock of hair within this little keepsake sack. That's a -10 against her wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I'm going to allow it, but it is going to be at a -10, and the
Isn't that
only
a -10 to them because it's like we have a thing that is of her.
it
Like
is of
it's a
her
-10 to her, right?
from another timeline.
Oh, you petty.
Here's the thing, though.
Okay.
I will still allow it because it is still of her.
Yeah.
But
no, I get you now.
in my mind, sort of out of game, I'm like, people lose hair and their DNA changes every 7 or so years or whatever. So, okay,
Andy
go ahead.
Science.
Give
Andy
me.
science.
Oh, damn it. Magic and science.
What is the? I'm just trying to be difficult.
That's good.
What is the? What? Okay, so you have to roll.
It's a no. So the target has to roll against a wisdom. It's a wisdom save. Do I use my own spell DC or like what? It doesn't give me a spell DC to use on the Eye of Mephistar. So should I just use my
It is yes.
DC?
It's your spell save.
Okay.
What is that?
16.
16. And they are at a -10.
Yeah.
Well, they rolled a 10. So as you peer into the Eye of Mephistar, Fatema, you feel a certain sense of relief, knowing that even with all of the chaos that is happening around you and all of the unknowables, because literally this could be just a very completely different world that you are now walking in right now. Because of that just fills you with anxiety, but there is a certain level of comfort that you have peering into this gift that your creator gave you. And as you peer into it, and you have the hair in one hand and you have the eye in the other, a series of images sort of just flicker through the eye. And it's almost like you know how in Google Maps you can sort of like zoom in until like you're at street level. Well, it's like that. You seeing the world very briefly, and you see this Odromia for what it is, which is this almost turquoise world with a swath of earth in it of varying degrees of color. And then suddenly you zoom in further, and then it's like you're skimming across the water, approaching the city of Brecca, and then suddenly you're over Brecca, looking at all of everything that is happening around you and the many different changes that you're suddenly recognizing about the city. And as you zoom in, suddenly you see that you are within the amethyst worm. And then suddenly you're below the amethyst worm. And there are a series of tunnels. And as you go into these tunnels, it's like it's like almost like an amusement park ride where you're sort of just rushing through this tunnel at like full, and then you sort of see a light, but right before you see the light and you pass through the light, there are 3 familiar forms that you see very briefly, but it's enough to give you pause. You see the forms of Ivar, Jal, and Neska. And it seems like they are, at the moment, you see very briefly just flashes of concern and confusion, and you also notice that Yanshu is missing. And as all of this happens, you are just pushed into the light, and you are in a circular room with a series of designs on the wall that you would know. You speak Infernal. Oh, you don't speak Infernal.
I speak Primordial.
Oh, that's right. You do see a series of designs that you do remember based off of when you looked at Boop's book that appear to share some similarities. You're not entirely sure what they mean, but you're able to see all of these designs and diagrams on this wall, on these walls that sort of are all around you. Also on the floor and on the ceiling. And in the very center of the room is none other than a raven-haired woman with tan skin and eyes a bright green. You recognize, based off of Six's description, that this is none other than Rihanna. It has to be. You're holding the hair. It has to be her. You can't fuck her up. This is just giving you a glimpse. Hold on. As you see Rihanna, your view sort of is pans almost at a 180 as you sort of like moves back and forth. You're not able to see what she is doing, but you're able to see the back of her. And she turns to the side, and then to the other side. And then you suddenly see her trace symbols into the air, these fiery symbols that suddenly, and then on the ground there appear several instruments and then some weapons that you've never seen before. But it looks like she is extracting or using energy that is derived inside these weapons. And with that, she then has this sphere, this orb that she looks to be consulting. And she has it in one hand and she is placing, and it's almost like every movement of her finger, it's like you're seeing a glimpse over her shoulder. She is going through different people's lives and plucking them out. One by one by one. As you see her do this, Fatema, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw. 16. Okay. As you witness this, you see Rihanna's head turn to the side. She's not looking at you, but you see a smile creep across her lips. It's quite something, isn't it? And then she turns and looks at you. Well, it is a pity we've never met before, because I think that my brother and my father would probably have a field day. For whatever reason, I can't seem to reach you. And you see her sort of like flicking through these images on this orb. Her eyes narrow. I wonder if you're here. She flicks through some more. I wonder if they're also here. I'll have to keep looking. And she pauses, and then she holds her hand up above her face, and she is lost to sight. And she vanishes.
Andy, what I have noticed, because you said that she had number of different tools and weapons and things kind of laid out, and she was essentially siphoning power from them, right? Did I understand that right?
Mm-hmm.
Would I have recognized any of them as something belonging to Tundo?
No, none of these weapons would appear to belong to Tundo.
Okay. Okay, fine. Could be good, could be bad, doesn't matter. But for the time being, one of two things, you can decide both are shenanigans or neither are shenanigans. But as I come back to myself and I've relayed this information to Boop and Six, is there any way that I could maybe scrawl as much as I could from memory the scrolling text that was throughout the space? That's one ask. And obviously not in full, but just what I can put together enough to give to Boop to read effectively. And then the other thing would be what sigils she was drawing in the air. Would I recall that to like pantomime them back out for myself?
So the first one, give me a history check.
Okay. Oh, not too bad. Not too good either. Okay.
21. Okay.
21.
Whether it was just the sheer anxiety of the moment and you're in your mind, you were like, I need to remember everything about this because we might have to find our way there at some point. You remember certain symbols that you saw on the walls, the ceiling, and on the floor. And it's interesting because the sort of setup conjures in your mind the time that you visited the plane of fire and how there were symbols above and below, and there were symbols all around. But these symbols they're not of the plane of fire. These are infernal. I will say you are able to remember what these symbols look like and would be able to put them down on paper if you needed to.
Okay.
At the second ask is what again?
The sigils that she was drawing in the air, like for whatever spell she was casting or whatever it is she was doing, what I would recall the gestures.
You would be able to recall the gestures. She was basically just getting rid of you. She was throwing up a shield.
Okay.
To keep you away, or to keep your eyes, keep prying eyes away from her.
Got it. Okay. So I do pull out like a scrap of paper or whatever and jot down real quick what I saw for the text that was on the ceiling and the floor, and I hand that over to Boop. I can't read this, but this seems like a thing that you are adept at, so I'm gonna get that to you.
Boop takes it from her and kind of unscrolls it in her hand. And it's been a while since she's read Abyssal, so she's kind of like a little rusty and takes a deep breath and looks at it.
It's infernal.
Oh, okay. Infernal, sorry. Thank you. It's the day before the new year. And she's trying to like kind of call into memory, like if this is things that she's seen in her book as well, as she's trying to read it.
So nothing specifically in your book, but you are able to piece together just your knowledge of infernal. These are symbols that extract energy and then siphon it into something else, which checks out from what Fatema's witnessed. She is siphoning the energy from some kind of series of magical artifacts. She is using that power to then do the thing that she is doing.
Boop asks, do you remember anything about those other objects? Anything that, because I mean, she doesn't know that you were looking for Tundo's thing, but just kind of like trying to see like what she was using to pull this power.
Nothing there was anything related to Tundo as far as I could tell, but that does call to mind I believe it was a dagger that Six was originally sent by that family to go find. So that's
a spear.
A spear, yes. That kind of connects more dots as to what they were doing this whole time. The Nightmoors. They gotta go.
You also remember what Drakel Tenebris communicated to you way back when her and Jael shared the memories. And you do remember that what you witnessed, or what she witnessed, was Drakel being hired by the Nightmoors, who are being hired by someone way more powerful than them to go and find these weapons or procure people who will find them. Nothing specific about weapons, what they were, but definitely that was the mission.
And now we see what it is that they're doing with it.
Why? And Boop kind of stops. Why is my brother helping the Nightmores? What does he gain?
The power
has to
is
be
going
him.
to him. The power has to be going to him. It's not gonna rest with this idiot family that's
But-
here on the material plane. You know he's got bigger
But what did he-
plans.
Right, but what did he promise them that made them? And she looks at Six and is like, "Do you have anything that could maybe help us figure out how he was able to get them on their side?"
Andy, would Six
I need
possibly-
each of you to give me a perception check.
13 here.
Okay.
15.
13, 15, and 16. Boop. As you guys are having this conversation in the middle of the street, it's a darkened street in the city of Brecca. The sounds of the fire and combat that is taking place on the docks seems to be getting louder. And as you realize that this is getting louder, you suddenly hear the clank, clank, clank of armored footsteps approaching. Suddenly, coming from around the corner, you see a procession of dwarven guards that all appear just into the street, and it looks like this is a marching procession. As they move into the street, you see people in the houses just looking out fearfully at this what looks to be a garrison of dwarves, these dwarven warriors. As they do this, as they move into the street, you see several guards break off in your direction. They're like, "Oi, hey, you lot shouldn't be out right now. Come with us right now."
So Six turns to Fatima with one of his not thinking, hopefully this works kind of plans. And he holds out his paw and says, "Throw me the stone."
For whatever reason, she's already had her hand in her pocket, and she like tosses it to him like, "I don't want no parts."
Six takes a couple steps away from the group in front of them and addresses the dwarves. Says, "You!" He holds up the stone. "I have this. Does this look familiar? This is the stone of the dwarven lords."
Okay. Hold, please.
This is about to fuck us up.
Also, Six kind of like, with his hand at his side, kind of gives those two the run motion.
Hey, as you hold aloft this dwarven stone, which has the insignia, as you hold it aloft, the leader, it looks to be some kind of dwarven captain, his eyes narrow. And suddenly his eyes narrow, and then they immediately go wide. "How did you get that? What is someone like you doing with that?"
I think the best thing to do would be to say, "Take us to your leader."
The captain looks to be completely unsure of how to proceed in this moment. And he looks at the rest of his men. The rest of his men just shrug, just like,
"Take us to your leader," and Six holds the stone aloft like he's about to break it, or this thing will no longer exist.
"Oh, I need to be hasty. Just come with us. It's very well. You keep an eye on them. You lot keep going to doing what you're doing." And it looks like several of these dwarves are pushing people back into their houses at weapon point.
Is there a reason why these folks are being driven back into their houses? Says as he tries to like gently urge the group forward.
The captain looks at you, sees that there are dwarven guards around you now with weapons brandished. I'm assuming you're moving with them as they take you closer to the docks.
I will make the first move. I'll kind of gesture for Boop and Fatima, but
Boop kind of whispers, "I thought you wanted us to run."
Six is like, "I'm making this up." It's like, "No."
Well, we can't leave him alone, so I start walking in the direction.
Boop is totally surprised by this unusual behavior from the newly alive Six, and just is like shrugs her shoulders and is like fine, and like walks behind Fatma.
Time to be more chaotic neutral.
As you move through the city, the captain does respond to you, Six. Not that it's any of your business, but Brecca is very shortly going to become a home for our people, and these residents will be forced to leave in due course.
Interesting.
We have our reasons for being here. Much will be explained by our leader and his advisors.
What?
As you begin to make your way down to the docks, you do see signs of pitched battle that have taken place. It looks like whatever guards that were within the city of Brecca, you do see that the several of the detachments of military forces that were at the, trying to remember names of places. It is the Shadowway, where they were originally located, the barracks and the what looked to be like a tent, a series of just soldiers' tents in the Shadowway. It looks like these detachments originally were caught by surprise and then tried to stave off whatever invading dwarves were coming from the sea. And they were massacred, brutally slain. And you see that several have been taken prisoner. Give me a perception check, Fatema.
That's a 15.
Okay. As you are making your way, you do see that some of these prisoners, they are soldiers. Some of them look to be sailors as well. There is looks to be a familiar face. They are looking very bloody and beaten. Looks to be a tiefling in a top hat.
So much like Lindsay has to school her face, Fatima also does her best to school her face and just kind of casually saunters over to our good criminal friend, and just messages in his mind, "Hey, so what are you in for? Over here."
He looks around just very suspiciously, suddenly, like you would if you suddenly started hearing voices, and like, did I really just get hit? I really got hit harder than I thought. And his eyes suddenly key in on you, and he sees you. No look of recognition.
Okay, so
Confused why you would be trying to talk to him.
Again, schooling face, and now having to school her brain because different timeline. She says, "I mean, you no harm. I simply want to understand what these dwarven soldiers are doing here and why you were taken with the rest of these townsfolk."
In his mind, messaging back to you. Wrong place, wrong time. Just unlucky, I guess. I don't know why these dwarves are here.
She takes a deep sigh of disappointment because just being hopeful that she would find some track to follow, but clearly this isn't it. And I just say back to him through a message, "I'm sorry to hear that, friend. I truly hope that nothing bad will come of this situation or of your circumstances along with the rest of these people here. We're trying to figure things out."
As you say that, the tiefling and this group of prisoners who surrendered are forced to kneel on the ground. And they are put down, and one by one, a dwarf soldier comes with an axe and chops off their heads.
Jesus.
Until the tiefling is the last remaining one.
Can we
And
stop this?
he looks just panicked in your eyes, and suddenly he is gone.
Damn. Oh, God. Okay. Well, I'm very shocked and very curious and confused. So I say to the person wielding the axe, like, what the fuck was that for? What did these people do? They're just out and about in this city and you decided to round them up? What's going on?
They are prisoners. We do with our prisoners as we like. Wait here. Don't try anything funny.
Boop
Six will remember
whispers.
that. Oh.
Right. Boop whispers to the group. She's like, okay, so what's the plan? Because obviously this isn't where we think we were. And they will kill us on sight if we mess up in the smallest.
We have a learning chip. We have this stone. Six says quietly. Things go south. We break the stone.
I just,
Unlike hell.
because if we're going to have to fight our way out, I just need to know what's our cue? Are we cacawing? Are we still keeping? Boop is like fingering in her pocket as she's saying this, the ring of invisibility. She's trying not to slip it on, but like in her head, there's all these like just kind of, it's not the normal voices she's used to, the ones that have left her, but like it's that same feeling of a cacophony of just like shit. We're in a lot of trouble, and if we don't figure something out. But she's trying to remain calm and like keep her face calm, but just something feels incredibly off.
Okay.
Outside of them being a separate timeline.
As this thought races through your head, suddenly you hear off on one of the docks. It looks like a larger ship. It looks like a larger in landing vessel has docked. And the captain is standing at the edge of it, and the gangplank comes down. And as it comes down, suddenly you see familiar faces, but in many ways, not familiar at all. To those of you who are watching, it is my unique pleasure to introduce Moose and Hunter. Would you guys both say who you are, say what character and class you are playing, and if you would like a social media plug, maybe some projects you're working on right now, please feel free.
Feel free, Hunter. Go ahead.
Yes, for sure. I am just messing with the music thing, and I don't know what happened. Can everybody hear me okay?
Hear you great, man.
My name is Hunter. I am one half of Genasi Qua. You can find us on all the social media things. I play Rexuza, the bugbear.
Hello, everyone. My name's Kevin. I go by Moose, and I play Tundo, the Dwarven King Paladin.
To Fatema and Six and Boop. You have just witnessed the execution of prisoners of war as this invading dwarven force have brutally taken the Demacia docks. You have also just now witnessed this captain who has brought you to his leader step out onto the Demacia docks in front of this larger vessel that has dropped its gangplank, and suddenly from it is another detachment of guards that are on either side of this blue-furred, slightly glowing bugbear, and a familiar face of a friend that you know to be Tundo. Only he is in full armor, and he's wearing a crown. Gentlemen, as you descend the gangplank, you see this captain of the forces, and he says, he sort of tips the cap, and he's, Your Majesty, we did away with the prisoners as you told us as you gave our orders, but there were some people that we caught out in the street, and one of them is on fire, and one of them had wings. Another one's a tabaxi who has this dwarven stone that he said he got from a friend of the dwarves, or a dwarven friend for safekeeping, and it bore your crest.
Do I see them by any chance? Are they in front of me?
As you sort of like look off in the direction, you do see a woman who appears to be on fire, a tabaxi, and a tiefling.
I've heard of their kind. Never seen them in my life. Are they friend or foe?
I brought them here just to determine that. They said they had the stone with your family crest, and I wasn't sure how they might have gotten it, so I decided it would probably be important to bring them before you to see what your will was.
I look over at Rex. We should talk to them and see what they have to offer. If they're not of any use, we could just toss them overboard and just get on with it.
Your will be done, my king. And I will approach very fucking tall is Rex Souza. Bigger, glowing, like you said, blue, like a kind of pirate coat that is made from like interlocking scales that have that kind of oil sheen to them. And every so often one is just like gold. Walking with a glaive that is a coiling mess of gold, and at the top is just bristling electric energy, and he makes just a beeline for the group, about like probably like a step and a half in front of any other guard.
Rex Souza.
That's me.
As you approach, you see the tiefling. No recollection. No, nothing. You see the tabaxi, and tabaxi seems very nervous and scared. And then your eyes light on this woman who seems to be glowing with flames and lava. I need you to give me a history check with advantage.
Very good roll on the sin dice. Would you say? 26.
26. Hunter, I am going to start this, but I'm going to give you a little bit of the reins here as to what the image, or what the visage of Fatema Lux conjures up in the mind of Rex Souza. Fatema is a being of flame. And for whatever reason, whether it's deja vu or something, it's like a very distant memory that you're not entirely... Could it be a dream? And
I don't want to say this in and out of character. I'm just going to kind of go with stream of consciousness here, if you guys will allow me. Memory is a interesting endeavor, and there have been so many talks about how each sense is tied to memory. And so Rex Souza on an airborne vessel is used to a sense of turbulence, something that is known to shake people out of dreams, something that is kind of inert in the bones, where you can't really be still properly. And then there's a sense of feeling of heat that he felt near the forge at Mount Kegum. and the smell that would come with it of things burning. And then there's the deep deja vu memory of something more ethereal. And like you said, Rek sees the tiefling, sees the tabaxi, does the once over, twice over, checking for potential danger, but sees this fiery being as something much more familiar. So what Rek remembers to himself is many, many middle of the nights waking up in a sweat from fire encompassing all that there is for Rek Souza. His ship, his countenance, the mountain at which he stayed, the king at which he serves, and every sense that he has is being jolted with this inlaid memory from this person. He is going to look with the most 1,000-yard stare that he probably has ever done, with a mixture of maybe like fear, relief, and a little bit of joy. But it all happens very, very quickly and kind of readies himself back.
Would Fatima have noticed, like, any of the thoughts flickering through his eyes as he approaches?
Give me a perception check.
Oh, hell yeah, that's a 28.
You don't see specific memories, obviously, but you do see in this very tall, rakish, handsome man's got drip. What can I say?
Yeah.
You do see him sort of key in on you with his gaze, like momentary looks of recognition, but also slight confusion. And you do see that he has looked at he has looked at Boop, and he has looked at Six, but for whatever reason, he sees you, and it's like he actually sees you.
So I take a very, very perceptibly deep breath, and I'm nervously rubbing my coin of Tamora in my pocket. But before I can stop myself from doing anything, because I have to know how much this Rek knows, I message in my head to Boop and to Six. Y'all just be cool. Let me see something real quick. And I take my hood down.
You're taking your hood down.
Taking my hood down,
Okay.
and I take the whole cloak off, trying to drape it over my arm. And then I slowly walk towards him. There's no hurry, because I don't want to set anybody off, but also I'm all eyes for Rek. There's no one else there. And I slowly approach. I'm eye-to-eye contact. I'm asking askins, like, are you going to flip a shit on me or not? I'm begging you not to. This is just eye contact. And I approach closer and closer unless he gives a sign of like, shit's about to hit the fan. And I'm hoping, especially now in my perma blue state, if memory serves, my flame, once this happy, crackling, ruddy color, is now a light, ethereal blue. And it not dims, but it simmers a little bit on the surface. because there's this anticipation of, oh man, I never thought I would see this guy again. Never thought this person who just swooped in into our lives just as quickly as he swooped back out suddenly appears. And I hope that in this new timeline I could reach him. So I keep approaching, and again, unless he shows signs of ready to chop my head off like the prisoners, I get, let's say, a couple feet away from him. If there's been no reaction, no negative reaction, I should say, I stop. Eye contact is still happening. I just hold my hand out and I say, "So you've come back for another waltz?"
Interesting. Really don't know what I would do. I think that's the point. I think you say that, and there is a nearly imperceptible smirk under this furry visage that is Rek. Just especially with like the 28 that you did, just a sense of familiarity that totally goes against the entrance and the coldness at which he approached. But then there is a shift into I don't know how else to put this, but like aggression caused by fear. And he takes a big step back. Who are you? And his eyes crackle with lightning.
Tundo, you're witnessing this interaction. Rexusa is ahead of you. He is always, because he is your closest advisor, he is always several steps ahead of you. Not necessarily, it's sort of almost a protection thing, surrounded by guards, but he's Rexusa. He is the bugbear who brought your people the Electrum and the technology that allows your ships to fly. You see this interaction, though, between him and this woman of blue flame. What thoughts go through your mind as you see these prisoners, but also this interaction?
Well, for Tundo, at first, I'd be surprised, for the most part, seeing that a bugbear of Rexusa's size walking up to what Tundo would see as potential enemy that seemed to be afraid or prepping or stepping up or sensing that there's going to be a battle involved. Seeing, well, I don't know, it's Fatema, but Fatema just kind of let down some kind of guard based off of what I could notice and try to talk to Rex. It's surprising more than anything. It's kicking Tundo back a little bit and trying to suss them out a little bit more.
As you notice this, you also notice the tabaxi. Captain leans in next to you, Tundo, and says, "It's this one. This one right here had your crest on stone. Thought it was important to bring him to you and not just kill him on sight."
I motion to 6, the tabaxi, and I tell him to come close. And as I see him get closer, I just say, just show me the stone. I want to make sure it's not a forgery. If it isn't, then we have some talking to do, because that is theft, and I go by balance. If you do something wrong, then you should be punished for it. So I want to make sure and want to know how you received that stone and why does it have my family emblem on it.
6 just looks him dead in the eyes, and this is his friend from another universe, so he's very torn. And after seeing the interaction between Fatima and Rek, he just kind of scoffs, looks at the ground. He holds up the stone without revealing it just yet to Tundo, and he says, Six says, well, I suppose finally gotten your city ship. Talk about that quite a bit, or at least, and that someone gave me this. He reveals the stone to Tundo.
You say that I gave that to you. When? Where? Was I inebriated of any kind? Was I under some sort of spell? Because I don't touch this stuff.
Six just starts laughing.
Yes, in this timeline, Tundo doesn't do the alcohols.
Six just my experience with Tundo, with you, is that he has quite a bit to drink. And he gave this to me. You gave this to me. In a time of need when we weren't sure what the outcome was going to be. And he, it's hard to keep track anymore, helped bring me back to life. I'm hoping that you are of the same metal as my friend. He puts the stone in his pouch, just kind of sad.
Those are some kind words for that person that I don't know. I know that I am much better than that person already because look at this, I'm king. I look at Rex and I go ahead.
I just wanted to see if I was overhearing this entire interaction because Rek is super duper smart. And so seeing this kind of interaction of familiarity and then people talking about, you're my friend, but you're not my friend, but you gave this to me, but you don't remember that. And so somebody's also talking to me like they know me. Is there any sort of example that has happened of whatever might be coming around here?
So, you are just a few feet away. You're still keyed in on Fatima.
For sure.
This tiefling, what appears to be a Selunic monk, doesn't really jog anything for you, but this woman of fire does. Then you hear the words that Six utters, saying with absolute certainty, you gave me this. I have your family crest because you handed it to me. And Tundo has never before, maybe from a distance, has never interacted with a tabaxi in his life. Never once. Not even traveling over Nimrion after your ships were lifted up thanks to Rexus's intervention. There is no possible way. There is no possible way that there should be this familiarity. And at this point, some of the guards are looking to you in this moment to see if, are we supposed to put this person down? They're talking to our king. He's not a king. He's their best friend.
I'm going to have the face of the Zach Galifianakis meme of doing a bunch of calculations in my head. And over my shoulder, just put my hand up to the guard as in like, hold, excuse me, tabaxi. Then just kind of side-eye Boob and side-eye Fatima, not really knowing about them. What do you mean you know him? How did you come about that crest?
Six again looks at the ground and kind of smirks, and he looks way the hell up at Souza. And it's just like, well, I had it because, as I said, he gave it to me. Or at least someone like him gave it to me. I don't know what's going on, but he gave it to me. My friend Tundo gave it to me. And I know you, Rex Souza, with your ship, the Fatema Lux, at least from where I'm from. That fire ganassi over there, that's Fatema. She's my friend. You named your ship after her, where I'm from. I don't think I didn't sense or see you staring at each other. Come on.
I'm going to stare him into like a silence of just like, okay, that's enough. And then I'm going to just pivot almost like military style back toward King Tundo. And he's going to approach to just like almost like talk in his ear, but it's a little awkward. So I have to kind of do this like lunge situation. Yeah, exactly.
Tundo very regally stands on his tippy toes as well.
Regally on the tippy toes.
Okay, calm down, Lord Farquaad.
My king, I do not know the precedent of what they say, but no one knows I like to dance.
I look at Rex Souza, and Tundo didn't know that.
I know. I think we should hear them out.
Okay. Tell the troops to be ready. We'll go in the evening. Strike at night. Catch them by surprise. We'll speak to them and let the cooks know to get some food ready. They must be hungry.
Six holds up his paw real quick and just says, "One thing. While we try to, if I may be so bold," and he holds up the stone as his bargaining chip. "None of these people are harmed until we've had it out verbally, or this stone will no longer exist." And he puts it back in his pocket and tightens the drawstring. That's my only thing.
I'd look at Rex Souza and say, what does he mean by these people? Is it the people of Nymphodeer? Or is it them? I'm not sure what he's talking about, because
These people, as in, and he holds his paw out to Brecca. Says, these people, these citizens.
of Nymphodeer. Okay. Well, I can't promise you that, but we could speak. But just remember, war is what happens when language fails.
Well, I intend to have words, so hopefully they won't fail.
You held that stone up for like 3 seconds, right? Do I recognize such a stone?
As the stone is held up, you do recognize that it is a stone that is bearing the crest. But you also know that the last time you saw that stone was after King Tundo's almost his entire clan was massacred. And you sadly could do nothing to stop it, but it was a stone that hung on his father's neck at one point, and it was buried with him. There is no way that this Tabaxi should have that stone.
Okay. I will do as the king ordered and get the mess hall ready and the troops ready, and I guess maybe prepare a room for private talks of what the hell is going on.
Okay. So you're giving that, you're telling the captain of the guard detachment?
Mhm.
Okay. The captain immediately snaps fingers to several of the dwarves who look to be like their close servants of the king. And they immediately start to move back up the gangplank and into the landing vessel that the king and you came on. And as they do that, as you see them move towards the boat, you hear a clamor of dwarven male moving, and you hear just sort of the very brash and brusque dwarven voices just say, "No funny business here. You lot are in big trouble. There's no reason why you had to give us such a hard thrashing." And as this group of dwarves that have very large weapons, very tall spears, pointed at these 3 individuals who Fatema recognizes immediately. For those who are watching, I hope if you have been watching this show through all of the 10 episodes, that you recognize the survivors of Ashcaleen. Starting with Matt.
They always start with me and I never remember. Hi, I'm Matt, also known as War Torn Night out on the interwebs. You can find me doing all the little things all over the place. I have the wonderful pleasure of playing everybody's problem, especially tonight. Hord'n, human genie-packed warlock, former sergeant in Ashcaleen's Red Guard, and now just general do-gooder, I guess.
Neska. Taylor.
Hi, I am Taylor, also known as Virus05 on TikTok, and tonight I will be playing Neska, the pure blood UNT monk, and she is ready to throw down.
Victor.
Hi everybody, I'm Victor. You can find me as Victor _ the Story Weaver on TikTok, and I am playing Ivar, formerly Ivar the Forsaken, now seeking to become Ivar the Vanquisher. And I am so pumped to be here right now.
Yes. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Oh yes, it's already New Year's. It's already New Year's for Taylor. But their presence here is a promissory note of a fabulous New Year's for the rest of us. As I said, this dwarven detachment, you were discovered as you were investigating the streets of Brecca outside the house that changed before your eyes. And in the changing of it, Yanshu has vanished. And at this point, as you were investigating these city streets, you are happened on by a detachment, a full military detachment of dwarves. And they, after a brief combat, take you prisoner and bring you before the king, mainly because you are a group of people who are slightly odd looking, not the least of which is a certain UNT monk. And Taylor and Tundo, there is a bone to pick, always has been, between the dwarves and the UNT. May have something to do with a past war that you guys fought, where the dwarves managed to get the upper hand, sort of, through the use of some nefarious dark magic. But you find yourself, Neska, staring a different monarch in the face than the one that you knew to be the monarch. This is not Fari Flintmace. This is a king. This is not somebody who looks kindly at you in this moment.
Neska's a very proud woman. She had no part in that war. So she's just going to lock eyes, keep her head high, and just sort of not say anything. She's not impressed with the situation at all.
As you feel this feeling of pride, because you recognize that in this moment there have been seismic shifts. Like the ground is moving beneath your feet and you're not fully able to get your footing. And it's this realization that this is a different king or a different monarch of these dwarves. These are different dwarves. There is a massive off in the bay, there is a massive fleet of dwarven city ships that are present, where when you originally came ashore in Brecca, there was just the one. And it's at this point, as you're staring down this king, this dwarven king who is gazing at you, and with his retinue and his advisor, who appears to be a blue glowing furred bugbear, you look down and you see sort of along this line of other prisoners of war, you see Fatema, this glowing blue hellfire woman. Jal just waves.
I have no way of communicating with we're a bit of a distance away.
Actually, you're almost like, it's like you're brought in line with the other prisoners. Oh. So you were like maybe 15 feet away from her.
Oh, cool. Okay. I'll try and catch Fatema's attention and be like, where did you go? What happened?
Well, since Rex has stepped away from me very decidedly. No shade, no tea. I think my single-minded focus has kind of shifted, so I think I would notice like some gesturing out of the peripherals, and I just turn and I make eye contact with her, and I say, messaging, it's a long fucking story. We ain't even got time. But right now, what the fuck is going on?
I'm gonna look to Ivar and Jarl, make sure that they're still with me, and be like, was hoping you could answer that. I am in more danger than everyone else right now.
All I know is we're in a different ass timeline. Shitteth hath hitteth the fanneth. And these guys, and I literally point to King Tundo and Rek. And I'm like, they don't know us anymore. This is still message, by the way, but I almost had the blue one. He's this close. He's this close to recognizing me.
Jal, you also see Fatema, and you see the look that is exchanged between Fatema and Neska. Ivar, the dwarves recognize that you were probably the biggest threat, and that's where they're not wrong. In that fight, you probably were the biggest threat, but Neska and Jal, they held their own. Neska, took out a couple dwarves that were trying to put you guys down. You probably got the worst of it, though. In terms, you look, a little bruised right now. You see the other prisoners, and you remember when Fatema was speaking into her stone, that she was speaking to some friends, obviously. You don't know what they look like, but you can assume that given their proximity to Fatema, that these are them. And you see a tiefling wearing monk's robes. And given your knowledge of the certain religions that existed within the city of Ashcaleen, it appears just off of the fit that this is a Selûnic nun. Standing next to her, looking increasingly more and more nervous, despite the fact that they have shown this emblem, this stone, is a tabaxi. Looks kind of shifty. Little dark, maybe. In fact, there does seem to be hanging about them a very dark aura. Not anything that throws off any alarms for you, but definitely gonna have to keep that in mind for later, kind of a vibe. Wreck. The captain, he returns very shortly after having given those orders and says, your sitting room awaits. Would you wish me to bring the prisoners aboard?
Let's do that.
Again, he snapped his fingers. The guards around you all level their spears at each of your backs and begin to move forward.
I want to flank Neska.
I am chuckling on the inside because the last time that Rex Souza flanked anything, completely fucked up an entire encounter that I had spent like a lot of time on.
Don't line up your skeletons in a lightning bolt way.
Yeah,
That's just basic Connect 4 rules.
Yep. That's exactly what happened. The bugbear Connect forward my zombies. I want to flank Neska for the reason that there is a specific vitriol between dwarves and Yuan Ti, and I want to keep everything copacetic. Got it. Okay.
I'm gonna say that if Ivar has the space, he's definitely going to be countering that flank.
Not like hitting as
no. He's I mean countering in the sense of like if he sees that there's like a extra surrounding around Neska, Ivar's gonna make like his whole body in armor. He's just gonna like sort of push himself to just make sure that he's close to Neska as of like let's go.
Yeah, I think there's actually probably an interesting moment of recognition between the two parties, between Ivar and Rex Souza, who have the same intention, but from different origins.
Yeah, you probably would like the moment that you flank Neska, you probably realize that there's like another body that sort of mirror your same motion. And when you look and you notice is this like armored Kalashtar that is just there as being taken,
like,
but
puff
at the
up my
same,
chest a little bit.
Yeah, he's walking with all the spears around him, and he doesn't seem to be bothered at all, more than just like keeping an eye on whoever may be around, potentially being a threat to his party.
Luke is like watching this from the corner and is like fanning herself because she's like, oh, okay. And she looks at Fatema. I was like, is this the one? And she like telepathically
always with Ivar.
Look, they out here puffing up chests that are already big. What are y'all talking about? Come on now.
So Tundo
no,
kind of notices that, and he just kind of lets Rex Souza know, like, it's okay. Our problem isn't with them. We know what the goal is. It's to bring Pimpernel's last breath to its home. We're taking it home. Let's talk to them, get the army ready, get this in and out, get it done, and come back home. I don't know what you guys are fighting about. The Yuan Ti, I could care less now. That's little things for us now. We have bigger fish to fry.
I'm going to repeat the last line almost like a drill sergeant would to the guard. Of like, you hear that? We do not care about the Yuan Ti. That is the past. We have bigger fish to fry. So say King Tundo, do I hear a hell yeah?
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Oh yeah.
Y'all says hell yeah.
Ivar.
The dwarves looked momentarily very confused at you.
Yeah, we all look at Jaw.
I thought that's what we were doing.
I feel like I just have that line of like, dude, you embarrassed me in front of the wizard. Just fucking. Ivar is actually in a very different tone than Jaw. He actually he gestures toward the decapitated bodies as he goes, were those considered bigger fish to fry as well?
In war, anything can happen. If you stand in my way, then yes.
It seems to me that you were the one who placed them in a very certain way before you executed them.
I was
It's
actually
easier
going
that
to.
way.
Jaw's gonna look over and just be like, "Oh, it's wartime, so that makes this war crime first thing in the morning."
A crime for some, lawful good for others. It's whoever's left.
Cool motive, still murder.
Says the warlock who just was gonna sickening ray everybody.
Maybe later.
Don't worry about it.
As you guys are being prodded forward, Neska, you do notice that the dwarves at your back have given you a little bit more space, and they're moving pretty much in the exact same way towards you as they are towards the other prisoners, whereas before they were very close on you. As you're being moved onto the ship, you are all single file being moved onto the dock and being moved onto the gangplank. The order goes 6, Fatema, Ivar, Jal, Boop, Neska. At the front is Rex Souza, who is the one leading, and in front of him is King Tundo. Does anyone say or do anything to their queue partner?
Sorry, which order
Yeah.
are we in
I'm
again?
gonna put it in the chat as Jandy says it.
Goes 6,
Awesome.
6, Fatema, Ivar, Jal, Boop, Neska. Ahead, of course, is Tundo, and then behind him is Rek. 6, you are behind Rek.
6.
Boop leans forward. Oh, so go ahead, 6.
No, please.
Boop leans forward and like taps all on his shoulder, like, you wouldn't happen to have anything to drink on you? My flask has been missing for a few days, and like, it's just been a really rough couple of days.
I actually left everything that I had on my horse, and I didn't grab that before I left Ashcaleen. So yeah, it's probably in a crater.
Okay. And what's your story again? Like, sorcerer, whatever? Like, how do you know? And she's just like going into easy conversation.
Well, it all started when, and he's just going to monologue the entire time that they're walking about absolutely everything that is not pertaining to the situation.
Jal,
Uh-huh.
give me a history check.
Okay. That's a 2.
Okay. Yeah, you continue to just talk about everything that has happened. Basically, going into a very long monologue about like all of the hard times that y'all have had, whether it be fighting off vampires in the streets of Ashcaleen, barely escaping with your lives, meeting this gorgeous woman, Rihanna, who you guys decided that you were going to bring back to the city of Brecca. Then you all went aboard a ship and you went off and struck off into the ocean. You ended up barely surviving an attack by some nether deep creature beneath the ocean waves. You did fight some pirates. You then encountered the dwarves for the first time. Also, weird, in our time, totally a female queen dwarf. Not her name was Fari Flintmace.
At this point in the story, Jaw will tell Boop, hey, keep an eye on some of these guards. Tell me if you see a very ruggedly handsome redheaded one.
Jesus Christ.
So while they're conversing, I literally fully turn around and I'm walking backwards because I'm agile as fuck, to Ivar, and I say, so yeah, you remember that goofy bitch that just like poofed away with whomever at the end of our alleyway fight?
I do.
Yeah, she's gonna die now because not only did she betray 6, and I point to the fluff ball behind me, in love, she also is basically helping orchestrate all of the arcane nonsense that's happening right now, on top of the fact, and I didn't get to tell you this last time, sorry, like Mephistopheles kind of like popped me elsewhere so I could save my friends. But yeah, like there's some infernal business going down, like deeply infernal business going down. And if we don't right this ship, we all gonna die.
You see, Ivar is taking all the information as fast as he can, and the gears turning as fast as he can. And he seems to be like taking things one step at a time, and just starts with, so Brianna is responsible for what's happening right now.
In part, yes. Regardless of the depth of her role, she's involved. Her and her entire God's forsaken family, the Nightmoors. Oh, goodness. Just know, if 6 doesn't get her first, it's gonna be me.
I think there is plenty of wrath that is coming her way. One of our friends, he went missing when everything changed.
I knew we were short one, Yuan T. Shit, how did you lose him?
He was just gone.
Neska, you hear this.
It's just like our Tundo. Not that asshole up there, but our Tundo. And I kind of like lean to the side and I just like try and make eye contact with Neska. And I'm like, don't worry, girl. We gonna figure this shit out. We gonna get him back.
You seem to know about what's happening. Do you know where she might be?
The details are not in full, but I did a little peeping, a little peeking, a little sneaking with the brain, and I might have an idea. Well, sort of. But the thing is, and even as we're being led to this ship, I say this and need to remember very, very strongly, we cannot leave this city, because here's where it's all going down. Right over there. And I point in the direction of the amethyst worm, just to say we have to get back over to that neighborhood. There's something underground. There's something in the depths of this city that these people do not know a thing about. And if King Tundo over here has plans of taking prisoners and fucking shit up, that's where he should start. Not with these people. Not with the common citizens.
You see, Ivar looks in the direction you point, and then you saying we cannot leave the city. And he just turns to you and very quietly just says, then we won't. And he sort of looks at Neska and looks at Joel. And just keeps walking silently, just taking in the surroundings. He's just like measuring every single individual that is around them, like dwarven or otherwise.
As Ivar, you are doing this, you hear Val's voice.
So everything is different, and this is new ground for me. I don't. This is a very different city, and
That's steady, Val. Steady. Something has changed. We do not know what it is, but we will try to fix it. And I am sure I will need your help.
Oh, well, I am very happy that I'm with you now, because this is getting scary real fast.
I cannot promise you it will not be scarier as time goes by today. So be prepared.
Hey.
6, you are at the head of the line. You hear sort of the mumblings of conversation happening behind you. And you see Rexuza in front of you with King Tundo. What thoughts are going through your mind right now?
6 is just kind of absorbing everything that's going on. I assume that 6 can hear the conversation that's going on behind him, and then he's just kind of taking mental note of what's going on, not really giving much away just yet. He doesn't want to put all his cards on the table just yet, but he's just kind of looking for any sort of social weakness, looking for escape routes, anything that could possibly need, that he could, and his friends could possibly need or use, should anything happen that is, less than good.
Just based off of your passive perception, there are 40 dwarven warriors at all points around you. There are some on the gangplank. There are some on the docks themselves. There's about 25 or so on the ship that you're about to get on. And as you step over the threshold from the gangplank, and with Rek and Tundo and their guard in front of you, you see that you're being led down to the rear of the ship, where there appears to be what looks to be like dwarven rock and pieces of architecture that look to be looks like they were taken from Thondarul itself. And you see that this is basically the landing craft of the king, and you are about to be taken, once you enter, into a throne room of sorts. As you all make your way onto the ship, you are then brought through this, what looks to be a curtains of silk that sort of hold hold your viewing beyond this point. And as they part, you see this amazing throne of golden clockwork and platinum with a telltale glowing blue electrum battery beneath it. At this point, you are all brought in and lined up, dwarven soldiers at your back, with brandishing spears and glaives. And you are all lined up in the same order from Six, Fatema, Ivar, Boop, Jal, and Neska. Tundo, you take your seat upon the throne.
I would like to start off. So I would like to start by saying something to the group. So Tundo just kind of touches the throne. Basically, he does the captain perk when he first sits down on the desk. He just kind of like grab the armrest or whatever. He just kind of does that. Leans back, forward, and he goes, "I hope that we could be diplomatic about this. I'd like to. I'm going to use it, but it's not necessary. If you want to speak lies, then feel free. But I just want to make sure that we are all knowing that I will be speaking the truth here today, in the cast zone of truth, in the room. It's a DC 15 charisma.
Everybody, please give me your rolls.
I'm auto failing it.
Okay.
I ain't got shit to hide. We got stuff to do.
Was it DC 15?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's
All resisted and failed.
By the way,
Oh.
my allies have advantage on saving throws in case they need to use it.
Oh, yeah.
I also have advantage on spells. And I rolled a dirty 20.
The charisma save?
Yes.
I like how my crew is just like, nope.
I also got a dirty 20.
Right? 18.
Thank you, Ivar.
Oh my god, y'all are the best.
I'm gonna lie.
King.
6, what'd you get?
24.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Of course, it's going to get something like plus 10.
18.
Okay.
Wow.
So everybody but
What
me
is-
said, cool, we're just lying.
No, I just want the option to lie. If I need to.
I want to withhold some things.
Fair.
I choose to auto fail.
So this time.
So King Tundo knows who resisted the spell.
Yes.
I'm gonna say that Ivar actually technically you can feel the energy of it as if it's like trying to get to him and it doesn't. And after like a moment, he seems to take a breath and he's kind of like he inhales the spell, allowing it to affect him because it's the spell that he also casts. So he's familiar with it.
So we have Fatema auto failing. Neska or dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Six with a 26. Rek, auto. King T, auto. Ivar, auto. Boop.
18.
18.
Wow.
And Jaw.
Dirty 20.
Charismatic motherfuckers.
Yes.
Warlocks, baby.
All right. You feel the effects of the spell. Those of you who succeed on your charisma checks, you do have the ability to lie. Just know that King T will know if you do. So, what questions would you like to ask? This is to King T and Rek.
Did you steal that stone from my father's grave? He looks right at Six, dead in the eyes.
No.
I look at Rex, who's like, if I'm not mistaken, Rex, I was the one that put that around his neck as they were gonna put him into the pyre, right? I'm not crazy here.
Rex speaks truthfully and says yes. How about we start maybe with the basics? It seems we have maybe differing definitions of where are you from, when it seems that when might enter that question. DM, how much does Rek know about converging timelines? Is that a thought that would even enter his head in a logical manner?
So, Rek is, we've talked about this many times, Rek is a man of science, and he is also a man of magic. And he knows that it is entirely possible, given a certain amount of time, certain knowledge of spells, certain artifacts that can be wielded, time can be moved on a whim. People's placement in it can be changed. But it is not something that is ever... The few wizards and arcanists who have ever tried to do it have either gone mad or they've collapsed into flame. Like they've literally incinerated themselves.
And not to give too much away, but like what we theorized about like Dwarven architecture and the weapon, that is thoughts that Rek has had prior to all of this happening. So in your own words, I ask everyone, where are you from?
Well, and Six takes a little tentative half step forward. Here, but not here. Pretty much sums it up.
Fatema steps forward, looks Rek dead in his eye, and says, I am of the Hellfires of Cania. Mephistopheles is my maker. And while we waste time here dancing around a situation we can already see is so much bigger than these shit petty squabbles we think we're trying to suss out. The real danger is back on land, ground, plotting to ruin this world for good.
Rek, under the effects of a Zone of Truth spell, is going to tear up at the interaction between him and Fatema. In a way that's like, he's not going to acknowledge it, but he's just going to get glossy-eyed. I can appreciate prioritizing something much bigger. And that's, I can assure you, what I want to get toward as well. And if Mephistopheles or any sort of, and I'll speak Infernal for a moment, infernal war or encroachment onto these lands and then back into common. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeve.
Boop,
And since
like,
there's
her
a
head
lot of
snaps up when he starts speaking in Infernal, but holds her tongue for a moment because she's unsure how much she's willing to share in this moment of everything that she knows and they know. And so when he says Infernal, you hear kind of a sound come from her. I don't know if you notice it, but you hear like a quick, and then she quickly like looks away, trying to figure out what she should say.
Okay. Rec will
Everybody give me a
continue.
perception check to see if they recognize that just happened.
I also want to toss it out there. When I rolled up this new Tundo, I did take Infernal because I thought about the politics of these worlds. I would need to have conversations with different planes.
19. Joe!
16. I swear to God, Matt. I swear to God, if you have other dice,
Matt!
you take them now, burn them.
You got one good roll so far, and I need an advantage to do it.
I would just like to point out that in the off screen when I was having them roll, the reason why they were taken captive so quickly was because Jal consistently didn't roll anything above a 9.
You know, when you have weighted dice, the weight's supposed to go for the good numbers.
I believe that, but this one's liquid core, and this one, they're brand new. I mean,
Feed your dice, Matt. Feed your dice.
They're brand new. I'm trying to feed them.
Liquid core, like alcohol? Are they drunk? Are they drunk dice?
I mean,
I would explain
they
it.
were bought for me. They're very
They're
pretty,
seeing
though,
doubles.
Kombucha.
Oh, that's very good.
Yes,
from my wife.
Six, Fatema, Ivar, you all recognize Boop's sudden, like a change in her countenance, the sudden intake of breath. Neska, you also recognize it. Rek, what do you do?
I'll continue kind of clocking that. I just want to apologize for trying to exert a truth. I hope you all can understand the delicacy of what we are facing here. And this is many, many wrinkles upon that. And I am a man of secrets. I keep things close to my chest, and I will lay it all out there right now, because I believe there is, and I'll look at Fatema, something much bigger at play, and we are here not by accident, but by design. So, the more we figure out where you came from, how you got here, how we can get you back, maybe we'll figure out where our roads cross in way of peace and progression. So yes, more important things outside, but right now, the most important things is truth. Laying bare any past disputes or transgressions or assumptions.
At that, I move not forward, but more in the direction towards Neska. Only because I know that the stakes are a lot higher for her in this than it is for anybody else, given the context that Rek just laid down about making peace for things from the past.
Again, Neska's keeping her head up high, still very proud. As a keeper of secrets myself, you can understand I don't appreciate this, indicating the zone of truth. If we are to move forward with trust, you can respect my hesitance. But, if you must know, I am from the Peshian wildlands, though I have not been there in a very long time.
Rek is going to raise very bushy eyebrows and, in more of a Peshian dialect, reflect on very specific and beautiful geographical features of the Peshian wildlands of this timeline. And no real insight needed. It is like the purest olive branch of being from the Peshian wildlands. What is the truth there is just immense beauty, natural beauty. And so he'll spend probably like about a minute just saying about something that is his favorite from that place.
And does that match my memory of the Peshian wildlands?
So, Neska, you are aware that there is natural beauty within the Peshian wildlands. Problem is that because of the path in life that was chosen for you and that you went upon, and the various hardships that you had to endure to get to where you are in Yuan-Ti society, you did not have much time to enjoy, as you were a lot of the time not in the Peshian wildlands and were in fact on any variety of missions. So it's very interesting hearing a foreigner talk about your home like that.
You've been to the Peshian wildlands and came out unchanged?
What are the pronouns of Neska, by the way?
She, her.
Okay. Rex Souza says, "No, ma'am. I definitely came out changed. It's where I learned and developed this technology that allows us to fly." And he's going to pull a map, like a spare map, that has the Peshian wildlands. And while he's like talking, he's going to be like fiddling with it in his hands. There is something about it that is deeply moving. And I don't think if I had found the same thing somewhere else that I would have been as inspired as I was. And after about like 45 seconds, he'll have made like a specific like Peshian flower, origami style. If you don't remember, and he doesn't really know how to hand it over, as in like he's never handed one over kind of thing. Just like, now I understand your hesitancy, and I think that is very apropos. And I'm gonna look at Tundo and just kind of give a nod, as in like, I don't think we need it. It's doing more harm than good.
Tundo looks at Neska and just, my apologies. Just wanted to put it all my cards out on the table for you guys to see that I'm not lying to you about what my intentions are here. And he waves his hand and dispels the zone of truth. Speak freely. Although you came on as enemies, I hope we can leave as allies. I do not do this because I am a war-hungry king. And he looks around. My whole world is this. Those people back there, that's my world. And I started the coup against my mother so that we could bring the holy relic back home to Nymphaldir.
Oop, at the sound of that. Sorry. Silent, like whispers at first, that's the Tundo I know. And then a little louder, it's like, that's the Tundo we know. And looks at Neska and is like, I don't know what secrets you're holding, but I think I'm willing to share mine if you're willing to share yours, because I trust the people in my circle. And she looks at Fatema, and I will do anything for the people that have protected me this far.
Neska's pride is going to drop now that, the zone of truth, and it's an actual gathering of trust now. I appreciate that, Your Majesty. And it's the first time she's ever called someone by a title. Slight incline to her head, like the tiefling here. I trust those in my circle. Trust does not come easy to one such as me. I promise them my help. And that extends to Fatema. She helped us before. And if she trusts you, then so do I.
You actually
But I
will.
do have
Okay, keep going.
But I do have one question. Where is Yonshu?
I was gonna look at Fatima.
With the mention of Yonshu's name and knowing that whether or not the dwarves had anything to do with his disappearance, if she doesn't hear what she wants to hear, which I feel is very likely what's going to be the case, that might set her off again. So I kind of, again, steel myself and continue to just be closer in her direction on the off chance that it pops off, because I don't want to see her dead. She's better on our side than otherwise. To Ivar's glance, I just there's nothing to say or do. Just I furtively look at Neska and back up front to whoever's going to talk next.
Would Tundo know what happened in Yoshu?
No. Yeah, you don't have any idea. You don't even know who Yanshu is. So you just know that this is a person who is, I guess, connected to this group of three, and who is no longer here. Another case of mysterious absence. On that note, what thoughts are racing through Six's mind? Just as a reminder, your family has no idea who you are. Your mentor has no idea who you are. And in fact, has told you Six Mark died so young. You can't possibly be that person. And all of these people are talking and they're not actually addressing this thing that matters the most to you, which you didn't use to think all that much about. It was usually just about the next score, the next, thing that you were going to steal. And now you realize that your family is everything.
Six just kind of, while he's listening to everyone talk, he's, like you said, thinking about all this that's happened. And he just kind of pipes up and says, clearly we're not all connecting in one way, shape, or form. I can tell you for certain. And Six kind of lays things out. I wasn't going to make things blunt, but here are my cards, so to speak. This reality is not one that I know. My family does not recognize me anymore. Where I am from, I have a family, and they live in this city. And we went to see them recently, and they don't recognize me anymore. I have my found family, and he points to Fatima and Boop. And in another reality, so to speak, he puts a hand toward Tundo and gestures toward Rex Souza. You two are part of that. So and Six just kind of like is holding in his frustration and anger and just can barely keep it together. I just want to know what the hell is going on.
Well, I wouldn't speak for Rex Souza, of course, because he is the smartest person I have ever known. But for me, this is just a typical Wednesday. Just trying to get my family again. And he points at the Dwanker at the very top, the little sniper. They all need a home, and we've been searching for too long. I thank the stars, and I thank Tyr for sending me Rex when he did. We're hoping to find our home, and I really hope that you find your family, but I wouldn't know what to do, my friend. And I catch this Tundo off guard there. because of the amount of times that he keeps saying friend, friend, and friend. The only friend that he really has is Rex. And in reality, it's one of those like aristocratic things where it's like, are they really my friend, or are they just my friend because I am all powerful? So when he said that, he catches it, I was like, excuse me, my ally. If you want to be it.
I graciously accept, and I'm humbled. And Six kind of like looks at the ground, but like looks up with a little bit of a smirk. Like there's still a little bit of that Tundo that is familiar. I'm very appreciative of your kindness.
If I may, King Tundo, what happened to Thondarul? You had a whole kingdom in the mountains, and when we're from, it was overrun by hordes of vampires, which we fucked 6 ways to Sunday. But you're searching for a home now? I don't understand.
Well, eons ago, in reality, Numfaldir, and it points across the bay, was the ancestral home of the dwarven people. We were pushed out, ended up in Thondarul. We were pushed out again. We were pushed out to the seas, and we've been navigating ever since.
Jal.
But, sorry, go ahead.
So Jal's ears perk up at Fatima mentioning that Thondarul was overrun by vampires. He just goes, Ashcaleen was overrun by vampires.
Yes, and all of this is connected to bigger things. But we're just
Boop
taking
is
our
like,
time.
we were there.
We are taking
We
our
actually-
time figuring this out. They were there. And I pointed Boop and Six and Tundo. They were there.
Sounds familiar.
They cut out because reasons.
Well,
But
yeah,
we made up for it
cut out
later.
as well. And apparently we brought some psycho mad woman with us, but I mean,
Yes, Rihanna.
We are aware. Trust me, I have history. We have history with that woman.
Ivar, give me a history check. Neska as well.
Oh, I think I'm good at
What made you
those.
roll?
I am good at those.
What do you know? That's an
18.
13. Couldn't math
13.
for a second.
Both of you. At the mention that Boop interjecting, we were also at Ashcaleen. Both of you, not that it would automatically trigger the thought, because Ashcaleen is a huge city, but if you guys were all trying to get out of the city at the same time in the chaos, hold on. And immediately, that phrase, we were also at Ashcaleen, that triggers a thought, which rekindles a memory. Ivar, in your unclouded state, with Val being the fresh quarry within you, you immediately recollect standing on a bridge with Neska waving a hand in front of you, commanding you through magic, albeit to save your life. But as you are staring just past her, off in the middle distance, you see a Selûnic tiefling monk, a tabaxi, and a dwarven barbarian who, I don't know, looks like they could have been a druid. But you suddenly recognize all of these people. And even though this dwarf claims to be a king, you do recognize them in a different way. You do remember this tabaxi. You feel like you know, like it's deja vu all over again, this tiefling. And you remember that when you saw them on the bridge, they were running towards this temple of Talos, the large domed temple of Talos in the center of the Starriness district. That immediately sort of like trips alarm bells. Because it's like, why are we all here?
I'm going to say that Ivar is in his mind's eye. He sort of, in a fragment of a second, just like the memory comes through. And oddly enough, he seems to be looking out in the distance, eyes sort of glossy. And he remembers the visual of these figures walking away as the city's in flames. And for some reason, his eyes sort of briefly connect the flames of the memory. And then he sort of looks toward Fatima and sort of to himself, he just says, "A Minotaur's light lands upon the land in many a ways." And then he just addresses the group that he remembers seeing, or at least the two that seem to be still somewhat similar. He actually asked this question out loud. What was the temple that I saw them running toward?
Temple of Talos.
I would say that I would have known the name of that temple, knowing his background and his.
I mean, you were
lifestyle.
building your shrine directly across the street from it. So
yeah, he just out loud asks, "What happened at the Temple of Talos?" And he's looking at 6.
Boop. 6.
And you can see Boop trying to find a way to decide where to start or what to say. And she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath and says, "So much was lost in that moment, in that temple. And yet I also gained the understanding of maybe why we're all here, or at least," and she looks at 6 and Fatema, "at least why we are here."
Yeah.
And says that my father has gone missing. And my brother is desperately trying to take over and destroy everything. And you kind of see her grasping for words, and she looks at 6 for like, how to explain.
We're stuck in the middle of some sort of planar war, to sum things up. It's a power grab, I guess, more like. That's kind of where we are, to be honest. We have yet to fully flesh things out and understand things ourselves, but to sum it up, it's kind of where we're at.
We know enough that our worlds, as we know it, are very much in danger. And this half-brother of hers, he's sensed a vacuum and is trying to essentially remove her from the picture at the same time as her father, so he can have dominion. And if that happens, God save us all.
Well, I mean, lay it all on the table. Who's your family? Who's really upsetting this balance here? Who's your brother? Who's your father? Who are these people?
You see her take a deep sigh and roll into the back of her head, and then says, "Well, you know how she says who her creator is?"
No, I don't. Tell me.
Well, and because you out of game, y'all don't really know that we just mess around with people's names. So she says, "Well, my uncle Metasox is her creator, and my father happens to be," and she takes a deep sigh and looks at Fatima, and she just says, "My father's Asmodaddy.
Y'all's trying to figure him out. He's going over the studies that he had in school, over like who could he be?
Ivar is so straight arrow that he's not even getting it. He's not even anywhere near understanding what the hell is an Asmodaddy.
What the hell, indeed?
Why?
Asmodeus, guys. Asmodeus.
No, he would know the name, but the Asmodaddy part, it's completely.
Don't ask.
It's just
right.
It's a need to know basis.
Boop is the kind of person that even when things are sad and dire, she can't help but, like, as a defense mechanism, make a joke. And so she's like, "Asmodaddy, some of you may know him as Asmodeus. He happens to be my father."
Jal has that moment.
My mother.
Jal has that moment of like, oh.
Okay.
Ivar's looking at Jal.
And she looks at Fatma and walks towards her, and she's like, and you can hear her. She whispers to Fatma telepathically, like, "Do I bear all of it?"
I message back to her. We're kind of in between a rock and a hard place at this point, and this convergence of timelines maybe is the setup that we need to bring your brother down. I know it's hard to trust, but trust me, I got your back on pain of death because Mephistopheles don't play that. But I'm here, and these people, they got me, so that means they got you.
And you see her sigh again, and she turns and looks at the group, and she's like, and on the other end, I happen to just also find out that my mother happens to also be the goddess I serve. And apparently, my father took some time to be with Selune. And you just see her go like, hey, surprise! This is what happens when a god and a Lord of Hell have a baby.
Jal gives her a concerned look and just goes, "Do you need a hug?"
It wouldn't hurt. You see her say it wouldn't hurt, you know.
Come on, it's okay. It just offer a hug.
And you just see,
damn girl.
It's been so hard, you guys. I just want to make wood. I just want to do woodwork and live in a coastal town.
Just go on, let it out. It's fine. You're in a safe space. That's what the king guy up there said, right?
A little tear. He wipes a tear. He's like,
And she points at Tundo and she's like, "You're my best friend, Tundo."
I don't know who you are.
I got too real for a second. I've been to that party. Rek is going to spend a lot of this catch-up time after handing the flower, the origami flower, and seeing that there are large swaths of parchment, and he flips them over, and he just goes ballistic with like a quill, ink, trying to maniacally figure out the logistics of all this new information and going like with the kind of personal stories, like, do they fit into this equation? Are they a variable that doesn't belong here? And he will be muttering to himself like, yeah, okay, so dwarven architecture, it's supposed to be symmetrical, and I thought it's pretty, but it does serve a purpose. And there's the crystal of the midnight citadel. It's got a crystalline structure. That's why the electrum that's underneath the mother lode that we need. So if they're all here and they were, and this is like about the time where they realize that they have converged previously to this moment, not realizing it. And so it's going to be like this, almost like 4 axes graph of all these different points that, as you guys are talking, he is placing. And then he is going to kind of like put them on top of one another, and they're going to kind of converge into themselves. And he's going to fold the papers over and like stick a pencil through it. And it's just all of the circles just kind of line up.
This is Tony Stark discovering a new element. So it's like, and Rek, it's like you're so fixated on the individual moments, like the small pieces of paper and the scrawling that you're doing. And then when you do that, when you do all of those motions and put everything together, what you see is a beautiful tapestry of events and moments in time, and crossing over and looping through. And for you, it makes perfect sense. Like, it is entirely within the realm of possibility for this to exist. But you also do know that if what they're saying is true, and they know a different Rek, and they know a different Tundo, and they know, and for whatever reason, this Yanshu is mysteriously absent. And this Tabaxi's family is gone. But what they're saying about Boop's half-brother, all of this is sort of all fitting into some kind of plot. And at the same time, you're also seeing Fatema just sort of get more and more and more just like pent up. Like they have like some piece that they have not uttered yet.
Rek is going to be a man possessed, a bugbear possessed, if you will. And is going to realize what you just said about Fatema. And he's going to just kind of throw everything down. The pencil is still sticking through the papers. And he's going to turn suddenly, almost amidst the giggles of this kind of newfound camaraderie, and is going to beeline across the room, very close to Fatema. I do apologize for how I perceived you previously. I believe that there are constants in this universe, every universe. And it might be the simplest thing. Not complex, not written in the stars, not some equation, but... And he's going to lift up a hand as to waltz. Maybe this is all we need. And away.
You guys see Fatima's flame start to crackle with like a warm, playful energy as she hears Rex say these things to her. And she kind of looks away for a bit, tries to school her face, but she's done with that now. There's none of that anymore. She looks him in the eyes and just says, "Yes, indeed." Takes his hand, steps into his body for the waltz.
Down his spine, unseen to you, are tattoos made with a melted down electrum that cover his body in electricity. And in the dance, the crackles of static become full just bolts down his arms, and I would like to think perfectly merge with the fire.
She answers it back with her fire, similar energies of heat that is all at once welcoming and happy and joyous and just relieved. As they twirl to music no one else can hear but them.
And the last thing, pardon the cheesiness, Andy, is
what?
I
Dude,
think
don't apologize.
Don't you dare.
No, you'll see.
Don't you dare pardon this cheesiness.
No,
Keep going.
you'll see. Rek is going to close his eyes and is going to embrace the dream that never finished. That was too hot. That was too fiery. And he's trying to do something inspired by Neska, saying that she has never called someone by their title. Rek is going to do something that is a first and not try to logic this problem, but embrace what the universe has brought in this moment.
Y'all, I think we broke Andy.
What do you mean, Andy? You broke us all. There's 7 broken people here, and 2 people dancing.
We're all trying to hold in our tears right now.
Give it up for Andy.
Stop it. I do not have the time. I have all of the inclination and all of the will to explain to all of the people who are viewing this story why this is so goddamn beautiful and significant, and you will just never get it. And I'm so sad, but also so happy that it is happening, because in the grand scheme of things, in time, in our time, another waltz in another world happened for us out of game almost 2 years ago. And there is another waltz happening. And I am so happy that I don't have to describe it, because it has already been described so beautifully. All of you bear witness to this. It's one of those moments where, Boop, you feel like Six's paw sort of like punch you in the side, just like, it's happening. And
you just hear her say silk sensations.
Tundo, you watched Rek put all of this together into a diagram, and you've gotten used to Rek doing this before, because he is an inventor, and he is the one who has imparted all of this technology to you, to your people, to bring you to this place, to bring you to a place where there is supposedly electrum ore. There is beneath that the remains of an age-old city belonging to the dwarves, a tale that has been told in very hushed circles of many thousands of years ago. This was maybe where the dwarves first resided before they founded Thondarul. And for you, you've never seen your advisor like this. But you realize that in this moment, if this is what he is doing, it has to mean something. It has to be significant somehow. And if what he is doing with this flaming woman is actually happening, then that means that maybe, just maybe, there is some credence to be given to the other people's stories.
I do want to let you know that Tundo, in this incarnation of Tundo, is a lot dumber than regular Tundo, and regular Tundo is usually pretty dumb. He has I think it's a 6 intelligence. So he just sees Rek drop the paper with the pen through the holes. He drops it, and he sees him kind of get happy and excited dance. Tundo knows it's a good thing, but then he's like, "Oh, okay, so you just attack right down the middle, then, right? Just straight down the middle. That's what we're doing. That's why you're so happy, right? You found a kind of attack. I like it. I don't know why I'm crying, but I love this. Thank you."
I think Rek is spending a significant amount of time with his eyes closed and just really trying to let the universe speak to him, because there's so many things that are just too big. So without Andy, it's funny, right? You try to find a direction in story, linearly as much as you can, and it forks and everything. But when you introduce time into it, and it kind of loops on itself, and it's very meta that way, what we're doing, because it has to do with time. It's multiple groups of people, and so you can make a case that Rek is now trying to tune in to these people, Andy and Victor and Lindsay and all my friends here, trying to see what a direction is for many firsts and an establishment of trust that breaks a lot of boundaries, however temporarily, but it is something to be celebrated. So I don't think Rek hears Tundo in that moment, where he is usually so astute. And he'll just take whatever happens.
Fatima, despite how, again, relieved she feels to be in this place of recognition, or if not full recognition, just acceptance of this overlap that we're all experiencing right now, she kind of slows the dance a bit till it comes to a stop. And she doesn't fully pull away from Rexuza. She kind of keeps his hand in hers as she opens up to the rest of the group and says, I know I mentioned that all the shit that's going down is back there in the Amethyst Worm, but there's more to that. With quite a bit of significance, I think. And then I recount the fact that Rihanna, in my scrying, I found her in a space covered in infernal writing, holding a spear, basically doing a lot of Imagine with dating apps, swiping over scenes of people that she was effectively plucking from timelines, or at least as far as I could understand, plucking them from the timelines that we are all separately but similarly familiar with, and casting spells over a little cache of weapons, artifacts, powerful items, and taking the energy from them, siphoning them to where I can only imagine. And Rexuza would feel like her hand tightening around his as she says that whatever it is that they're hoping to power or give more of that energy to, at the end of the day, it's going to be her half-brother. And if Grajit finds a way to make this work for him, we are doomed. And then she kind of like leans into Rexuza's chest, because as many times as she's like said this repeatedly, like the doom is here, the time is now, the end is nigh, and like we're finally just getting to this. It's like exhausting being the bearer of all the information, or just the person who happens to have held all of the information up until this point.
I will say, Sir DM, that Ivar not being one with like emotional gestures and such, from the moment that Jal is like hugging Boop, and then this whole situation happens with the couple dancing, Jal actually Ivar goes inward, and he's kind of reviewing and revisiting everything that's been happening, and he taps into Val, and he tries to actually dig deeper into the tunnel that they were in, because they kind of left it abruptly because of Yonshu's disappearance. But now that he's gathered a little more information, and especially knowing where he found it and the person who had the tunnel underneath the house, okay, he's just trying to tap into that.
Do you say anything out loud though?
This is all like he's literally just watching all of this. Like this is all happening probably simultaneously while like the hugging is happening, and then like the rant that Rek has with all the information and the pen and everything, and then they're addressing all of this. While all of this is happening, Ivar is basically in his mind palace, if you will, tapping into his Quori spirit and his new Quori spirit, and seeing what he can access.
Fatima takes a very sharp inhale, like as if someone like just jabbed her with something sharp, and says, "Fuck! Wait a minute. It was moving so fast, the visions. You guys were there." And she looks at Neska, Ivar, and Jal. You guys were think you were on the right track. Like, you were looking, you were tracking this down. You were on her tail, and then Yanshu disappeared. I
In the
remember
deep, dark,
now.
scary hole?
As something dark, some tunnel, something that was leading to where that fucking bitch. Where was that? Where were you before gestures vaguely at the dwarven things that just happened to you all?
Ivar just sort of jumps up and says, "It was where we should go next, provided there are forgiving king here. Allows us to return to the location with our heads over our necks."
You see Tundo, I think for the first time, for most of y'all that know Tundo, he pulls out, and it's a little sigil from around his neck. He holds onto it, and he bows his head, and he starts internally talking to Tyr about justice, and just says, "My word is my bond. I did say we were allies." And he looks at Fatema and he goes, "If you need my help, our help," once again, they point at the Dwipers at the top. "We're at your disposal. I do ask that once we're done helping you, if you could help me just return Pimpernel's last breath to the place where it belongs."
We're gonna need everything you got. And trust me, it's not just you helping us, it's us helping us. But this Pimpernel's last breath, does that ring a bell to y'all? And I look at Boop
And
Six.
Boop is like, how do you know that name?
Oh, that's my best friend. He's one of the cooks in the back. Cooks an awesome bread.
And Boop is freaking out because she remembers what Six had said. And she's like, where is he? Where is he right now?
I did ask for the quartermaster to start cooking something, so I cooking a pumpernickel or something. That's what he's really good at.
Right. And you hear her stuttering. She looks at Six and she's like, can you bring him here? Like, immediately. Maybe, and she looks at Six, maybe he knows. Maybe he said he would see you again.
I mean, it's just a cook. He's all right. Yeah, I guess. Can you give me pimpernel, please?
I'll go grab him.
As we're waiting for Pimpernel to come, Boop has been reflecting on a lot of the things she saw, and she looks at Tundo and Rixusa and she asks, perchance, have any... I don't know if this is something you've noticed or seen, but have you seen anything maybe like the size of a large building appear in your world? Perhaps?
Very large, very ominous.
Maybe a temple or a building or...
Andy, would that be what we had talked about where
The only building that is of any real significant size in terms of the landscape of the city of Brecca would be the Midnight Citadel.
And she looks at the others and Ivar, Neska, and Jal and says, I know you said you were in Ashcaleen, but were you there to see Talos vanish?
We did see the Temple of Talos just all of a sudden not be there. One of the last things that I saw of that city.
And you can see her try to like scratch for words, and she's, before we got here, there was a citadel, and I saw it, and then I didn't, and I don't know if things are vanishing from both of our worlds, or are we merging in a way that's causing things to disappear and people to disappear?
I fear that the longer we talk about this, the riskier it is that if people are vanishing, we might be next. If you wish to follow where you saw us, and he looks at Fatema, then I will lead us there, but I do not want to linger any longer.
I would say, and I kind of give Ivar an up down. Like, look, I think a lot of us are a little worse for wear and might need a little bit of rest and healing real quick. So maybe that first, then you lead us where we gotta go.
You see him sort of, he looks at the group, sort of, then looks at the king. Any healers you can provide so that we can expedite this?
And yeah, I'm guessing on the ship I do have a med bay where I have potions of healing, correct?
Yes. This is a landing vessel for troops, an invading force. So yes, you do have potions that you would have available. There are also the equivalent of, combat medic clerics who would be able to provide healing.
Okay. Yeah, we could provide that to you. Just give me a second. A ton of calls I'm over. It's like just a round of healing for my friends here. Rex, are you good? Do you want some? How you feeling?
It's at this moment that Rek returns with a small halfling man.
Here's Pimpernel. Hey, Pimpernel, I didn't want to talk to you. I don't know about what, but you okay?
Yes. Did you guys want something in particular for your foods and stuff?
Boop just runs over to him and like hugs him.
Whoa.
Even though she knows it's not.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you.
Six walks up to and just looks down with just this look of just. It is very good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Pleasure.
I'm
honestly.
just the cook. What?
He looks at the king for a little bit of help, and Rek. He's just like, So am I taking orders or no?
Yes,
orders for food?
one order.
No.
Please have a good life.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all.
You know how sometimes when you say certain things just sort of off the cuff, out of the blue, it kind of makes a fellow a little bit worried. Like maybe I'm not gonna have a good life or something.
You will.
You will.
You will.
You will.
Well, thank you. I will take that in the manner in which it seems to have been given. He sort of puts his hands down. He sort of puts his hands down and tries his best to like sort of extricate himself from Boop's hug.
Six is just eyeballing him the whole way out.
Before Boop lets him go, she says, "Have you ever dreamed about floating down the river one last time?"
Not for a long time. I've been at sea for many, many years now, and I haven't actually I haven't floated down a river in ages.
I think you know you're ready.
Okay.
And he just sort of slowly backs out of the room.
I just waves him off. Like, yeah, that was
The bread was good, by the way.
It's at this point the clerics have all sort of gathered around you and they've laid on hands. I'll say that all of your hit points are restored. And because this whole experience of sharing, recognition, I'll say in the space of time that it has taken, you are able to achieve a short rest, which means you get back 2 spell slots. And of course, you're fully healed. Recognition. Yes. Rek, something that you do know about the city, and it's triggered by what Boop has said, is the fact that the Midnight Citadel, you thought it was there, and she's saying that it is flickering in and out of the time, and it is not there, or it should be there. It should still be there right now.
Okay. That will put quite the spring in his step, and we'll use all of his authority to get us there as fast as possible.
Okay. After the time of healing and sort of regathering some semblance of power that you have within you, whether it's the spells or just sort of getting the rest that you need. Tundo, you assemble your sort of a small contingent of your finest dwarven warriors, and you from the side, the left-hand side of your throne, you draw forth the axe of the dwarven lords, which the rest of the party does know. As you exit the ship, very quickly, tell me which direction you are going. Are you headed towards the Midnight Citadel, or are you headed towards the home that Ivar, Hord'n, and Neska were coming from?
If I may, did I get a response from Val regarding the tunnel?
Thank you for reminding me. Val immediately pipes up.
Yeah. Yes, my former companion had spent many years, many of his best years, trying to dig a tunnel into the lower recesses of the Nightmore's estate. Was the hope that at some point he would be able to draw on his powers to confront them? But I do believe that him being advanced in years, he was not able to muster the strength. And so he waited for another. And thankfully you arrived.
Is the tunnel finished?
Could use a little extra push, but not much.
Do you see whoever may be noticing Ivar? He's having this like internal conversation with the spirit, and his eyes for at one point he just kind of like looks around to everything, especially the fact that there's a bunch of dwarves, and thinking about a tunnel, and he's like, I think we have enough push for this. And if Rek would have made any authority out loud exclamations about the tower, Ivar would probably call him out and just go, I understand why you wish to go there, but if you seek the true answers, I believe that there is a path that may lead us directly to what we might be after, all of us.
Gonna take a deep breath. I'm gonna look like into Ivar's soul. Then I'm going to exhale, look at Tundo, look back at Ivar. Lead the way.
You see Ivar just has a moment where he gives a nod before he just slightly adds, it wasn't a question anyway. And he turns around and starts walking away. Also, I don't know if it would matter in this particular timeline, Andy, about the fact of the type of armor that Ivar is wearing, if it would even be relevant to the place. Not that it defines him, but he's wearing it. So
this is the red armor. Everybody who was at the fall of Ashcaleen would definitely recognize that armor as belonging to a high-ranking Red Guard officer.
Six pipes up and just kind of looks at the red armor. How did you come by that? We, for lack of a better word, got our butts handed to us by these gentlemen. How did you get that?
I took more than his armor.
Well said.
Drop the mic. And
and he's gone. And he's on.
At this point, the dwarven contingent is all assembled. And I'm assuming everybody is following Ivar and Co. And on that note, we will take a 5-minute break. We're going to pick back up. We have just disembarked from the Demacia docks. We are headed in towards the tip of the Golden Crescent, where it meets the Shadow Way, into a home that Ivar, Hord'n, and Neska were in, where they discovered a tunnel system. Are we moving stealthily, or are we just going?
Well, if the invasion was from the dwarves, and we're now with their king. We don't really have threat apart from.
The
That's a
force
really
is
good point.
The force is on the land, though.
Well, that does bring up a question that was mentioned in chat, being that those prisoners of war, were they members of the Nightmoors or people working for them, or were they just fucking people?
Probably should do something about that before we take off. We should probably say something.
Dibs? What? No, sorry.
I mean, craps. In game, before we take off, Six is just going to kind of look at King Tundo before we take off and say, now remember, as before we started this whole endeavor, we were going to possibly talk about sparing some of these folk out here. Our fight is, we know where we have to go now. We know what we must do. The people around here that you're imprisoning, beheading, by the way, they have nothing to do with this. So please, if you would be so kind as to spare these folks.
Tundo takes it in, grabs his sigil again. I will only do what is just. Hold on, why did I go with Batman there? Sorry. I will only do what is just. If someone goes against me, I will strike them back tenfold.
There. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness.
Oh, we'll remember that.
Okay. So we're not moving stealthily, we're just going. Okay.
I mean, it's not like Ivar can be stealthy. And he literally has the red armor. Like, it's...
Last time Ivar and Jarl tried to be stealthy, we got captured by 20 dwarven soldiers, so...
That's a fair point.
Boop like raises her hand and is like, and you see her slide a ring on her finger and she just kind of disappears. And then she slides it off and reappears. It's like, I don't mind taking the lead. Maybe 6, and she looks at 6.
Blind. Do some scouting.
Okay. All right. So we have 6 ahead. We have Neska providing Overwatch because of dope monk shit. We have Boop. Who wants to go after Boop?
I feel like Tundo wants to stay in the middle of the pack to make sure that, doesn't get left behind.
Okay.
I stay near Tundo.
Rick.
Ivar is probably leading the group that is not scouting, just like the main force.
Okay, so you would be ahead of Tundo then.
Well, I mean, I'm the one leading them to the house.
Right.
So.
Okay. And then we'll say Fatema and Neska behind Rek. Oh wait, not
Fatema
Neska.
and
Neska's up top. All right. Fatema and Jal. Okay.
Damn it. I missed a great opportunity before we left the ship to have that moment where someone went, someone give this man a shield. I mean, I have one. It's just like
All right. You and your contingent begin to move through the streets off of the Demacia docks into the Golden Circle or the Golden Crescent. At this point, given the fact that this new order has been issued, the dwarven forces are no longer moving further into the city to engage whatever military or hired mercenaries working for the merchant families of Brecca that might provide opposition. It's at this point, as the dwarven warriors are sort of holding the line in the midpoint of the Golden Crescent, that you're moving past that line and you're edging out further into the city. I need everyone to give me a perception check.
Lindsay's.
Okay, Ivar is a 23, Fatima is a 23, Neska is a 10, 6 is 13, Jal is 11, Rex Souza is a nat 20. Okay, Boop is a 13. Okay. As you begin to move through the city, you do see the signs of battle having taken place. Whatever the dwarves were doing, moving into the city, they were doing it very well, moving street by street, removing any and all opposition. But then when the order came down, they stopped. This is no longer an invasion force. This is a force that is holding the line at this point. You move past this line, further into the city. Rek, as you stare up into the moonlit sky, you see beneath where the moon is shining its light is the flickering, almost ghostly image of the Midnight Citadel. You know it's not supposed to do that. And it is a worrying thing to see a building the size of, good approximation is the Burj Khalifa, to be flickering in and out of space like it is. Sometimes it will hold steady intermittently, but then it'll flicker out. It'll be gone for a space of time, but it does seem to be fading slowly.
Any approximations I can make with that information, or is it just worrisome?
No, it's worrisome because you know it's supposed to be there. It's supposed to be physically in that space, which leads you to believe that there is something, some kind of magic, some arcane force that is working upon it. Okay. Actually, because you rolled a nat 20, give me an Arcana check.
I would love to. I have advantage. Oh, shit. 2 natural 2s for 11.
Okay. That's an 11. Okay. The flickering in and out. It's not a specific spell. It's like a grouping of spells that are being exerted on this artifact or this building. And something that also catches your eye is that it's almost as if they're trying to remove it to put something else in its place.
Okay. I'll relay that to who's nearby.
So next to you, you have
Tundo and Ivar.
Tundo, Ivar, and Boop is with 6 and Neska up ahead and up top.
And then Fatema and
Jal.
Me.
Yep.
Okay. So those 5, not the scouting party, because they're too far away.
Scouting party didn't roll well, except, nope. Neska 10, Jal, no, Neska 10, 6. What did you get? You got a
13.
13, that's right. 10, 13, and 13. Great. Okay. Fatema, given your 23 on your perception, the flickering is not the thing that it does worry you, because you know the Midnight Citadel is supposed to be there. And in the alternate timeline, it is always solid and fully in place, but there is something familiar about the way that it is flickering, almost as a precursor to something else opening.
Oh, God. Okay, so her brain starts to spiral very fast because she... God damn it, I don't understand the immensity of this. And so she talks up to Rixuza and all the others, the 4 that are around her, and just says, so y'all don't know this. That might be a portal opening to some really, really, very aggressively world-ending bad shit that we have already experienced once and barely made out alive. Remember all that infernal shit we've been talking about? Oh, twice. Yeah, twice. 2 times. We gonna die, y'all. We gotta fix this.
What? How did the portal close those 2 other times? Or did it?
By chance. Really.
Well, you're not here. The most recent recent time, I believe, we were kind of sort of maybe in the Feywild, and all of the leaders of that group basically sacrificed themselves to close it.
Gotta move. Just like
you see, Ivar
gates.
literally like picks up the pace too as he just says, "I hope you're all ready for doing the same then." And he just
the first time. Oh, I mean, sure, maybe the first time though was when we were in hell, and Mephistopheles kind of last minute slam dunked the hole closed temporarily. Yeah, so we gotta pick up the pace.
King Tundo.
So hearing that and knowing that after hearing what Fatima said about being a portal and then the previous experiences with it being in hell and stuff like that, I get a little nervous. So I cast protection from good and evil on Rex Souza. I can't let my buddy get hurt, so I cast that. So I tap him on the back. I'm like, "Don't die on me."
No one ever cast that spell on me. Like in any game. This is so nice. Thank you.
I'm
Just
also
out of
going-
game.
I'll just point out also so we all know, anybody within 10 feet of me can't be frightened and gets a +4 on any saving throw. It's not an advantage, it's a +4. So,
Well, then
Wow,
it's too
hearing about
bad
this-
for this next bit. 6 isn't within that radius of you.
Wow, hearing about this hell portal is absolutely terrifying, but I feel better because Ivar's here.
6, I need you to give me a wisdom save.
You better not die, because I already brought you back to life. God damn it!
Can't die during a crossover episode. It's just rude.
Yeah, who are you, Gamora? Don't make that face.
6. As you are moving you think, very stealthily through the streets, scouting ahead, suddenly a familiar voice fills your mind. Oh, what are we doing here? Is the Knight of Kelemvor coming out to play?
Told you I would make things right. Here I am.
Oh, yes, you did, but you're trying to make things right makes me want to make things more wrong.
Try us.
Very well.
I'm gonna
Just
start.
quiet.
I'm gonna start backing up towards the group.
Okay, so you're backtracking back towards the group.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sticking with these guys, and I kind of relay what I just heard. Like, listen, what we feared is coming to fruition. They know we're here. Something terrible is going to happen, so stay on alert.
Ivar will take that into consideration. Is there anything different that he would have noticed with his 23 perception?
Whether it's your connection with Val and it's your sort of renewed sort of focus on things that are part of Val's experience with the former, you begin to notice there are certain areas in the streets that you're moving through that look to be more like choke points, places where a group of hired swords, a group of assassins might want to use to their benefit.
I'm going to say that the way that I see this happening is Ivar is basically attempting to use his connection to the quarry and its former owner to sort of try to have this overlap of reality where he's seeing the streets as they are while they're walking, and at the same time there's like this extra layer that kind of comes in and out of like memories of the other Kalashtar that existed before with Val, sort of kind of playing along not just with the image but also the thought. And as he starts perceiving those things, he immediately sort of raises a hand to the side toward Rek and the group to try to like slow them down a little bit as he starts nodding to him. Do not ask me how I know, but keep watch. Over, and he's just basically quietly sort of nodding and pointing in the different directions. He's basically just going to have this thing where He's just gonna, as long as he keeps going, if he sees any particular spot that he believes could be a choke point or any of that, he's going to always be kind of creating a gesture with Rec of like pointing, just kind of gesturing quickly, keep going, looking over, pointing, gesturing quickly, always just prepared.
I just want to mention, I can't be surprised.
Same. I also have alert. Bonus 5 to initiative if someone tries to sneak attack me.
Oh, it's not alert, but yes, same exact thing.
What is it for you, Rec?
We're there. I'll tell you, just so I say it exactly properly. The storm rune means I have advantage on intelligence checks, arcana checks, and I cannot be surprised as long as as I'm not incapacitated.
I would just like to point out that y'all absolutely can be surprised.
I will point
I mean,
out. I will point out that
in a
Ivar
way.
cannot be surprised because he's too handsome for it. So
Yeah, that's lore. So
Runway models, I've never seen surprised, to be fair. They always know where they're going.
he's just pointing in the direction, like, careful over there, and over that ugly alleyway that way.
He just can't turn left, so when he has to point to the left, he has to do a spin.
I will
Blue
listen to
seals
my
everything.
constipated friend.
okay, as you are pointing these things out, Rec, you're hearing Ivar's words, and you're hearing them, and immediately he's drawing your eye to this point, to this point, to this point, and you realize that it's already too late. For flavor, a crossbow bolt streaks out from the darkness from above, and right for Tundo, Rec reaches out, grabs it, snaps it in half, and just roars and just points up above. I need everybody to roll for initiative.
Let's fucking go!
That was insanely high.
But fuck you all who have actually advantages on initiative.
Mind you, just to give add an extra flavor to that, I'm 4'10". So Reg had to reach down to catch the bolt that was coming towards me. So it wasn't just like a straight out, it was a bend over and catch.
Got it.
Let's use my LED dice.
Yeah. This is a good one to get that on.
It's a good one to get that on. Oh my god, it's flashing. It's so beautiful.
Andy, did you still want me to track
Yes,
initiative
please.
like I said the other day? Okay.
That would be
I'll
great.
get it all sorted.
Is everybody at least double digits? Yeah.
Okay. So from the top, I'm going to say 25 to 20. Fatima,
I got a 20.
20. Okay. I'm just writing this down, Jal, but please feel free. 6.
20.
Okay. 15 to 20. Tundo, what was your number?
Is he frozen? He might be
Oh
frozen.
no.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there we
No,
go.
what was your number?
Yes.
I was a 12. Sorry, I read it wrong.
Rec?
19.
19.
17.
Okay. So we've got 20, 20, 19, 17, 12. Ivar?
11.
Neska?
23 with a nat 20.
Jal?
19.
Ooh, Jal and Rec going at the same time. Look at that. And Fatima and 6. Well, that's lucky. I'm sure.
That didn't sound foreboding at all.
Well, it's not why would it be foreboding?
Mm,
It's good that you guys are going at the same time.
mm.
It's foreboding because you hit a new octave.
No, this is foreboding. This is foreboding.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine. Okay. So as this crossbow bolt streaks out from the dark, Rec, you reach out, you snap it in two, you growl and roar, and you point in the direction of the rooftops. Neska, you are also the first person to notice this as well. You see shadowy figures, about 10 of them, just lining the rooftops on either side, just with crossbow bolts drawn. Down on the ground, though, you see one lone figure standing, hooded, with twin smoking blades holding out, just twirling them. Vix, you hear the voice again, this time a little bit louder. How's this for stepping it up?
Forward to it.
Okay, let's do this. And in terms of the order of people, we had... Actually, it would be Six. Six, you're the first person that's closest. He moves the 30 feet, and he is going to strike out against you with his first attack. Does an 18 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. His second attack does a 15 hit?
No.
Okay. Okay. First attack hits. This is not sneak attack, but he does hit. So that is 7 points of piercing damage with the first attack. He is rolling frightfully low.
Oh, and I can do uncanny dodge too, so I would half that.
Okay. That is... Okay, so you take 3 points of piercing damage, and then I'm just going to move through this very quickly. You do need to make a DC 15 Constitution save.
Did you get back close to where I am?
He did move back towards
Yes.
the group. He retreated back towards
And I
the group.
saved. I got a 20.
Oh, okay. You feel the blade pierce your skin, and suddenly that familiar feeling of this necrotic energy is coursing through you, and you immediately recognize that this is the changeling assassin that murdered you on top of the candles.
Not this time.
For people who would like a reference of what this guy looks like, hold on 1 second. We'll drop him.
Not me private messaging Taylor and being like, so help me God if it's evil Yanshu. Right before that gets said.
It is not, I'll just say that. It is not evil Yanshu.
Okay, but I don't. We don't know that.
Plus evil fingernail. He just hugged them.
Let's see. Can I put this in this chat? Let's see.
Sometimes Zoom is nice about sharing art.
Well, I sent it directly to Six, but I didn't mean to just send it to him. I wanted to send it to everybody. There we go.
I'm very aware of what this man looks like.
Oh yeah, you got up close and personal with him while
He straight up murdered me. Yeah, it was good.
Yes.
Hot.
Yes, you feel this necrotic energy almost grab at you and try to pull the blood out of your body. That will complete his turn. That will bring up Neska. It is your turn.
Alrighty. Whoever's the closest, or I feel that has the best line of sight,
Mhm.
I want to get to and beat them.
Okay,
So I've got-
that would be okay. So that would be the guy who sort of like popped up directly about 20 feet away from you. This person just sort of
Easy.
materialized out of the shadow as they started to lean out and bring their crossbow to bear. They do not seem to have noticed you yet, but you are directly coming up on them right now.
Beautiful. I can easily reach them. And how close are they to everyone else? Like, are they in a group?
There are, so the one that you are approaching, he's next to another one, and then 15 feet past that, there is another one past him.
Okay,
So that's the first three that you see that are on the roof.
perfect. As I get close to them, I'm just going to go. And everyone within a 10-foot radius needs to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
That is a 14 for him. 7. And that's a 4.
Amazing. So, must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 2d12 poison damage.
Okay.
As I use poison spray.
Okay.
Where are my d12s? Holy shit, I should have had this prepared. Yep, that's right.
To be fair, I don't think I've ever seen you do poison spray, so.
I haven't.
She's never had to.
That's 9 points of poison damage.
9 points of poison damage.
And because that was a spell, I cannot go. Oh, bonus. Wait. No, I can't use. I have to make an attack on your turn. I cannot do. Yep, that's me.
Okay. That brings up the assassin. The assassin is going to take him completely by surprise by you flinging poison spray at the three of them. He wields on you and brings his crossbow to bear and shoots at you. Does a 16 hit?
That is my AC, but would he have disadvantage because I got up next to him? Technically, he's
Right.
attacking with a ranged weapon.
I rolled another 10. He has a +6, so that is a 16 hit.
16 is my armor class. I will deflect missile.
Okay. Give me... So on a nat 20, you're able to grab that and throw it back?
It's
When
if the roll is the amount of damage or above, they can redirect it.
I can negate... If I negate the damage, I can
Yeah,
redirect it. Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, I reduce the damage by...
the roll.
When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus 13.
That would be 4 piercing damage.
Yoink! Roll
Okay.
back at him.
Yep. You pull the bolt right out of the air, and you don't need to make an attack roll, right? It's just you do it.
If you reduce the damage and you have a free hand, you can spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack,
Okay,
as if it
go
was a
ahead.
monk weapon. Sweet. So come on, LED dice. That's another natural 20.
Fatima is on deck. All right, you do the full damage, and then you roll. So that is 1d8 plus 3.
Surely it's whatever.
So
her
that's
monk
11,
weapon die is.
or that's 8 points of damage, and then give me another d8 roll.
Oh, that's 1d8. That one's my d8. Not even joking, that's an 8.
Okay, so that's 8 plus 8 is 16 plus 3. That is 19 points of piercing damage. Yeah, you basically just come up and you just like jam it into his neck. Just gouts of blood just come right out of this really nasty looking wound that begins to fester because that bolt was poisoned. So I have to roll an additional 7d6 poison damage. God damn it. Look what you made me do!
Let's go!
You did this! You shot the monk!
Let's see here. Okay.
Thank you!
Oh, nice. 6, 9, 11, 16, 21, 25. That is 32 points of poison damage that you just did to this guy. So it was... how do you want to do this? What does this look like, Neska?
As soon as the bolt leaves the crossbow, she spins enough to like move, catches it, spins for flavor, and then throws it back, and it goes straight through that hollow part just above the collarbone and stops, like the feathers of the crossbow stop, and it protrudes out the back of his neck, severing his spine.
The assassin crumples. As you do everything with the bolt, it's so quick, his eye is barely able to perceive anything that you just did. All he knows is he sees black, and his life is gone. That is 1 down, 10 to go. As Neska hurls poison spray and then is attacked and then immediately just completely annihilates this guy. That brings up Fatema.
with some other assassins, and then 6 on deck.
Actually, 6 has higher dex than me, so he should be first.
Oh, you're right. So
Sexy
6.
little kitty cat.
6, you are next.
Okay. Is Neska, you're up is up close and personal to a couple of them, right?
She's up top. She's up top on the buildings above.
I'm on the
Okay.
roofs, yep.
That's right. All right. I'm going to just lash out at Mr. Nightmore in front of me with everything.
This is not Mr. Knight.
Oh, right. It's the changeling. Yes, I'm gonna lash out at the changeling with absolutely no. I'm just gonna lash out with my. I would like to. Can I do? Shillelagh. I would like to cast Shillelagh on myself as my action before I attack. Give it a sec. And then I would like to reach out with my quarterstaff that I've cast Shillelagh on and go straight for this dude.
Okay. So roll to attack.
Oh, did I not?
No.
Okay, sorry about that. Here we go.
That is a 15. It does not hit.
Damn. Okay.
He, with a blur of speed, just moves out of direct line with your quarterstaff attack.
Shoot. All right. Then what I'd like to do is, I guess, retreat further into the group. So maybe back up like 5 feet.
So you're disengaging?
Don't I get? Is it still disengaging if I move back 5 feet? Any move backward is considered. Okay. All right.
No, because you're still within reach of him. So no.
Okay. Never mind. Then I'll just stay put
Okay.
and end my turn.
All right. That brings up 3 assassins above, launching a crossbow bolt attack at Tundo. That is a 17 to hit.
Andy, am I not before those? Because I'm right behind 6.
Yeah.
So I said 6.
Yeah.
And then there were some assassins.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry.
And then Fatema, because we made the swap.
Sorry, my internet cut out there for a second. What was the attack?
He does a 17 hit you.
No.
Does not hit. The bolt glances harmlessly right off your armor. There is... That is a natural 20 to hit you, Tundo.
That hits.
Okay,
I would like to use my reaction, please.
please.
I would like to use Shield of the King, which is a flavored runic shield, so I can make you re-roll that d20.
Oh, shucks.
Does an 18 hit.
Just barely.
Okay. That is 7 points of piercing damage. The bolt makes contact. The bolt pierces the armor on your chest, and you feel the sharp pain of the bolt finding purchase in your flesh. That is not as painful as what that is 28 points of poison damage.
Dwarven resistance.
Yeah.
And that's a dwarven wound.
So that reduces it by half. So that is 14 points of poison damage. The last assassin, or the final assassin in this order. That is a 20, dirty 20 to hit you, Rek.
Yes.
Okay. That is 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
I need you to give me a DC 15 Constitution save.
+4.
That's right.
Thank you. I make it.
All right.
+8, +4, +5. Over 15.
You take 18 points of poison damage.
I am also resistant to poison.
You take 9 points of poison damage.
Sorry, Andy. Since I'm playing with 2 different sheets, I forgot Backs of Dwarves actually gives me immunity to poison.
Like hell it does. No.
You shouldn't have given it to me.
Legendary
almost a
item,
year ago.
baby.
Yeah, you don't take any of that fucking damage.
Gotta keep that king alive.
So,
I have one job and I'm gonna do it.
That completes that assassin's turn. The next assassin, or no, I'm sorry, that is Fatima's turn now.
I'm gonna be a quick pain. Couple questions regarding conditions that I had before we got to this point.
Yep.
Am I still exhausted and poisoned, or did any of the healing we get here take care?
You
of
only have 1 point of exhaustion now.
Right. I only had the one. So.
Okay. Yes, that is removed.
Thank God. But the poisoning condition is still there.
Yes.
Fuck me. Okie dokie. Artichoke.
Actually, no, it wouldn't be because they would have
Healed all the things.
yeah, they would have healed you.
Okay. Thank you. Gracious of you. I appreciate you. You're so kind, DM. Second question. To summon my friend Spitfire, do you consider that a bonus action? I forget.
Yes,
Sorry.
it is a bonus action.
Badass. And then where he gets summoned, does that matter? Or just go with what his movement is? And
He immediately materializes directly next to you because it's coming from the ring. But you can then send him because he operates off of your initiative.
Yes.
So yeah.
Awesome sauce. So, bonus action summoning my fire elemental Spitfire. Time to go to work, buddy.
This gout of flame suddenly springs out of the ring and just lands directly next to her. This giant fire elemental appears as, "Yes, mistress."
I point him in the direction of upwards to the building. He has 50 feet, they have 50 feet of movement.
Yep.
Does that.
Yep, he's able to get all the way up there.
Get on up there, baby. Right up on him. So if they wind up in at least 5 feet from people's, they automatically take 5 points of fire damage, and they're on fire.
Okay.
And he's like, God damn it.
Andy forgot who he was messing with.
Oh, sorry. That's if they touch it or they hit it with a melee attack. So not yet, but if they attack it, then yes. And speaking of attacks, they have multi attack. So yeah, they're gonna do that shiznat.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, so
Rec, you
touch.
are on deck.
Their attack is just touch. Reaches 5 feet.
Okay.
One target. So whichever of those dum-dums that are up there shooting downwards is gonna get smacked up. Let me hit this button. Oh, that's not gonna do it. That's damage.
Yeah.
Where is the hit? How do I get the hit? Oh, no, that's actually the hit. Sorry, so that doesn't hit.
Yeah, so this assassin moves with surprising speed and is able to dodge out of the way of this fire elemental strike.
Cool story, bro. Here comes another one for you. Oh, that one hit!
That is a 22. Yes, that does hit. Please roll for damage.
Gotcha. Okay.
After Wreck is Jaw. That is 11 points of fire damage, and they are on fire, I'm assuming?
They are on fire until they take an action to douse it, and they will have to take 5 points of fire damage at the start of their turn, every turn, until they put out the fire. Cool, so that's my bonus action, and their action, my action, is going to be... Where'd it go? Looking ahead of me to where all the action with the changeling and 6 is happening.
Yep.
6 is right up on the changeling, right?
Yeah, he did not move.
Dang. Alrighty. Well, I'm just gonna add pain to the situation upstairs, and since I am spell sniper, that is far-reaching. I'm gonna smack whoever up there with a firebolt.
Okay.
Key. 17.
That is... That does hit.
Sick. Okay. Damage. Boo. 8.
All right. That brings up Rek.
Okay, can you tell me the kind of battlefield in
Yes.
front of me? Who is available?
5 shadowy assassins up top on your left. 5 on your right.
Cool.
Assassin fighting 6 in the middle. Appears to be the leader.
Okay. Do you do flanking rules?
Yeah, I did flanking before. You asshole.
I don't remember. How far is the
You
leader?
don't remember. That's how you got your legendary like lightning strike on this line of zombies.
Well, I mean, like flanking, as in, do I get advantage?
Oh,
if
yes,
I
yes.
flank with
Yes, you do.
another? Okay, so how far is this guy in front of me?
I thought you were being a
No.
dick for a second.
No. I was thinking about it. But for now, I'm going to attack the leader. How far is the leader in front of me?
So between you and the leader is 6. You are about 15 feet away from him.
Between me and the leader is 6, and I am 15 feet away. Okay, I am going to circumnavigate perfectly to be 15 feet away, but on the other side so I can flank with 6 because I'm a bugbear. I'm long-limbed. I'm also using a glaive, so I have a 15-foot reach. I'm going to use my bonus action as I am making my movement to use Giant Smite to grow large, and everybody sees my veins get pumped with electricity, and it's almost like kind of a double, triple effect that you might see like in a picture, that he's constantly kind of filling a negative space with his actual stature, but it's being moved with electricity, so it's a little off, but it looks pretty cool. A lot of electricity, move around, cool. I have the mobile feat, so I have 40 foot of movement. That should get me around there perfectly. And I am going to attack this leader guy 3 times. And I have advantage for each attack. Okay, so just to get these out of the way, that's a 25 to hit,
That
27 to hit,
That hits.
natural 20. So 30 to hit. Okay.
That doesn't hit. Yeah, it hits.
We'll do that one last. Let me just double check this thing. Okay. So that's base damage is 9. Do you need me to separate base damage from lightning damage?
Not necessary.
Okay. So that's 9.
The lightning damage does not require him to make a dexterity saving throw, does it?
No.
Okay, cool.
That's just good pull.
Great. Love it.
I'm not going to keep this in my notes. 16. Times might give me another d8 to use. So the first attack is 30 points of damage. So that's 31 points of damage. Also, I'll mention that I have a Great Weapon Master, or Great Weapon Fighting, the fighting style, so I can't roll 1s or 2s. So if this seems kind of high, that's why. And then this is a natural 20, which you use the full damage plus dice.
You do the full damage,
correct?
and then you roll your dice roll, and then you add your modifier, or the damage modifier to it.
Okay, so the full dice would be a d10, so 10, plus 3d8, which would be 24, plus the 6. So that would be 40, plus whatever I roll. 2, so that's 20. So that's 60 on that attack. How's he looking?
Looks fine. A bit singed. But he looks good.
Really?
Yeah.
Action surge.
Cool.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
I would just like to point out, without an action surge, we did 30. So that's 61. That's 40. That's 101. That is 131 damage so far.
Don't apologize. You're doing great.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
28 to hit. 28 to hit. Ooh, 13 on the last one.
So 2 hits.
7, 6, 13. 14 plus 32 is 2. 7 plus 6 is 13. 2 and 1. So, and then 20 on the second hit.
How much?
20.
Okay.
Just a spinning glaive of lightning and crackling thunder.
Okay. You were the first person to hit him.
Say it like that?
You are the first person in this entire game that has ever hit him once. You're the one to do it. As a flavor of this particular kind of assassin, as you are striking with your blade is finding purchase. It is cutting him. It's cutting him deep, and you see the cuts that you're making into his flesh, and you're seeing the immediate cauterization that the lightning is causing on his skin. As you're doing it, a smile creeps across his face. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
+4.
I'm further away from you now.
Damn it.
17.
17. You do save. You immediately just feel the slightest pressure, like someone is trying to invade your mind. Then you feel almost a disappointment as they are not able to get in. But you do hear, "Oh, this is going to be so much fun." And you suddenly see, almost like it's happening in reverse, the damage that you are as you cut, you are also being cut at the same time. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Wow. Consistency. 16.
16. This blade, as his blade is moving, he is cutting not as deep, but it is making a mark on you. And you take...
By the way, just for flavor, whatever pushed him out of my mind was hellfire.
Oh.
Calm down.
No.
You take 52 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Rexuza laughs.
These fucking guy.
What kind of damage?
Piercing. Does that complete your turn?
Yes.
Jal, you are up.
Alrighty. So for starters, when everything hit the fan, Jal kind of takes those few steps forward. And then watching Rex Souza do all of that, he kind of stops in a spot next to Tundo, looking up at all this happening, just goes, "Where the hell did you find him?"
Him and Pimpernel came together.
This is a sweet 2-for-1 deal. Anyway, and then he bonus action Genie Gifts Flight and takes off to get level with the ones who are on top of the building. The first one that I see, we're going to reel back and we're going to throw an Eldritch Blast at him. I have 2 beams. This will be the first beam.
What? You never do that.
What's my modifier to hit? Because it's been a while. That's a dirty 20 to hit.
That hits.
That hits. Okay, we're going to do this one first, and I'll tell you why in a moment. So this is going to be 1d10 plus 4. Rolled like shit. 6 points of damage, but that's not the big thing. The big thing is that I have the invocation Grasp of Hadar, so I'm going to yank him off the building.
My man.
Okay. He falls and takes... Wasn't anticipating having to get so many D6s out.
Yeah, how tall are these buildings?
40 feet up in the air.
Oh, that's nice. 4d6s. Beautiful.
It's 5, 7. That is 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fair. But he's prone on the ground in an alley with a giant fuck-off bugbear and an Ivar and a king with a big-ass fuck-off dwarven axe. And you know what he needs? He needs a friend. So I'm going to Eldritch Blast with the second beam on the second person up there.
Okay.
That is a natural fucking 20.
Okay. How much damage? Are you doing the same thing again?
Same thing again, so still going to be 1d, well, 10 plus whatever I roll here. Whoops. Minimum damage, so 11 plus 4, so 15 points of damage, and he goes off the building.
5, 12, 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
And that's bonus action, and I'm going to hover around up there, 30 feet. Well, actually, I'm actually not fully over the crest of the building because I only have 30 feet fly speed, so we're almost to the top and just yanking people down. That's where I'll remain.
Okay. Jal, that completes your turn. That brings 3 assassins on the opposing building. They are all going to try and take a shot at you.
Oh, fun!
Does a 15 hit?
15 is my AC.
Does an 18? I'm not going to ask. 18 hits?
Yes.
And that's a miss. Okay.
Can you do the first one first?
Sorry?
Knowing that there's poison damage coming, can you do all that? Actually, you know what?
Okay, I'll do the 2 piercings. I'll do the 2 piercings at the same time. So it's that is 13 plus 6, so that is 19 points of piercing damage.
19. Okay. Oops, that was wrong. Oof.
And I needed to give me a DC 15 con save on both of those.
On save. Okay. DC 15. Part of the,
Yeah.
part of the dice. Oh, I'm 30 feet above you, bro. Because I'm smart. First one is a 17. Second one is a 16. So we passed them both.
Yep.
That means no damage, right? Right?
I rolled like shit, though, so you're in luck.
Yes.
That is 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 16, 18 points, so 9 points of poison damage.
Alrighty. We'll take that. He gets hit, he kind of feels that burn, and he's just like, oh yeah, I remember that. I hate these guys.
Okay, that brings up Boop. With Tundo on deck.
Where's Boop standing in this? Because she was up front with like Neska and.
So
Six
right
in the
now,
beginning.
you have right in front of you Six and Rek fighting it out with the assassin.
Gotcha. Boop's obviously the only thing she sees is the changeling, given what has happened before, and so you see her slide past Rex and Six off to the side, and she casts to distract Chaos Bolt at the changeling, which only hit with a 10.
You do not.
I know, but it was only pure for distraction. And as another action, you see her slide on her, or no, you see her call Arms of the Astral Self, because I need to spend 1 key point to pull that up. And so she does it to kind of like shoot at him and distract from Six and Rexuza to give them a minute to like recoup. And then you see her kind of like step backwards, and you see these purple arms kind of grow from the back and kind of rise up around her. And I'll take that as my bonus action.
Okay. Does that complete your turn?
Yes.
Okay. King Tundo.
Okay. Would I know if that? Well, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic to see if the blade or whatever that was used against Rexuza is cursed.
Okay. Go ahead.
So it says it senses the magic within 30 feet of you, so I don't know if it's cursed or it's some type of magical item that the assassin is holding, the one that attacked Rex.
Okay. As you cast Detect Magic as your action, it is suddenly everything there are a lot of people with magical weapons in this alleyway. And suddenly the whole alleyway lights up like a Christmas tree. And yes, this is a magic weapon. It is not cursed.
Okay. With that said, okay, I'm just going to use my Axe of Dwarvish Lords on the nearest one that attacked Rick.
Okay. All of the other assassins are above you, except for the assassin on the ground who's attacking Rek and 6.
Yeah, that's the one I'm attacking.
Got it. Okay. Alrighty. Give me an attack roll. Oh, you did.
Yeah, that's 24.
24 hits.
And the 200 damage is 13. 100 is 12. I was really hoping it was cursed.
Okie dokie. Yeah, does that complete your turn, or do you have
that?
Oh, you already used your. Okay.
Yeah, I did that again.
Yep. All right. That brings up the final group of 3 assassins. They're all going to try and take a shot at. Wow. Thankfully, it says your name. They're going to try and take 3 shots at Rek. That is a 17 to hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my armor class is 16.
That is a dirty 20. And that is a nat 20.
Okay. Cool. These are all like poison weapons, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
We'll do the nat 20 first. That is 8 plus 6. That is 14 plus 3. That is 17 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Followed by, I need you to give me a con save.
Mm-hmm. Pretty terrible. 10.
That fails. 4, 9, 12, 15, 20, 26, 31. That is 31 points of poison damage.
Hold that thought. I have like advantage against poison and being poisoned, all that sort of stuff. So I guess that rules here. It's on the save, right?
Yes.
Against poison damage?
Yeah.
Oh, so much better. 20.
Oh, okay.
So 15?
Yes. So 15
And
points
then-
of poison damage.
Resistant to poison damage on top of that, so 7.
Yeah. So that was the nat 20. The second attack, that's 5 plus 3. That is 8 points of piercing.
Okay, gotcha.
I need you to give me another con save.
That's 20. 30.
5, 8, 12, 16, 18, 23, 24, so 12. 6. God damn it. And then the last one. That is 5 points of piercing damage. That is 9,
Should have gone with defense.
15,
My bonus action
16,
dice.
22, 28, 29, 30, so 15, 7. That was 7, 6, and 9 poison damage. Okay. All right. Ivar, how you doing, bud? Mr. Paladin, gonna do so much right now. Oh God damn it!
Hi, it's me. It's me. Hi, I'm here. Oh my God, so many decisions. All right. I'm going to say that for this turn, as all of this is happening, Ivar sees everything, and he has a moment where he grabs his sword and smacks his shield with it as it just goes, "The light is with us, and the darkness shall not prevail. And he just immediately casts Crusader's Mantle. 30 feet around him, any friendly creature until the end of the spell, they get extra 1d4 radiant damage when they hit with a weapon attack.
Okay.
And after that, he's standing where he is. He's looking at the creature that Rek is fighting, like the hooded figure. And even though he's at a distance, he raises his sword with his hand, and he just says, "My grasp may be beyond you, but the sun always shines and continues to extend." And he does a swing of his sword, and as he does it, he casts Spiritual Weapon. And I'm going to say that because the Spiritual Weapon is being cast and at him, he casts it in a way that it's flanking alongside with Rek and everybody else who's on this creature.
So right now, this assassin is surrounded by Rek, Six, Boop, and a giant sword.
Yes.
Coolio.
And so that's with advantage.
Ooh.
Does a 20 hit?
20 hits.
That is going to be a total of 8 points of force damage.
Okay.
And give me 1 second. Is Divine Smite one use?
Is Divine Smite one use?
Yeah, or is it just
You can add it whenever you hit with a weapon attack.
okay? Does a spiritual weapon count as that?
I think it's a spell attack.
Technically, it's a spell attack,
Oh.
but we don't know if Andy wants to be cool.
Technically, because it's a spell, doesn't get flanking.
I mean, it
Damn
says a weapon
discretion.
attack is spiritual weapon. It's in the name.
It is in the name, but
It is a
no.
weapon.
This is every single one of our sessions with Andy.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna do the uncool thing right now. Sadly,
That's
Okay.
It's, in
You're
this
still cool.
instance, no.
We want to appeal this to the Supreme Court because this is injustice here. Injustice.
It's too bad. You're still cool.
Do you get the 1d4?
Yes, he does.
Yes.
Yeah, so it still gets 8 points of force damage. And I'm going to say that Ivar is going to move. I don't know what the distance is between like where Tundo is and like Rek is, like how much distance there is in that group.
So you're all just sort of you're just clowning around him right now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that he's gonna position himself in a way that he can still keep his aura around the people that are the closest to him. So that's like within, if he can be standing, if they're flanking it with the sword, he's like standing like the 5 feet square right behind, so he can actually like his aura can be around the other people, like the Tunde and Rek and whoever else, and I think Six as well.
Okay. You do that.
Yeah, I think that's all I can do.
All right, we're back up to the top with Mr. Assassin, gentleman, who he's going to Misty Step now, and he is going to just poof, and now he is up top of one of the buildings.
Bitch.
For now.
And he,
Building.
the one that is Neska is on, and
let's go.
I think that is the most Australian sounding thing you just have ever said ever.
I love her so much.
The assassin materializes on top of the building, Neska, about 40 feet away from you, and he sees the clamor of assassins that you're targeting right now, you're attacking. And he says, you, and you. I need you to give me a dex save.
Is this a spell?
Is not.
Dexterity saving throw. Cool. Oh no. 11.
Neska, the assassins that you are currently engaged in combat with explode.
Oh.
Much in the same way that the assassin exploded when you were in the alleyway. Fighting to save Fatema.
Yeah, that hurt. Oh, I know, I got 3 of them on me.
This is for the first one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck.
That's a lot of counting.
That's 25 points of fire damage on the first attack. Actually, that's just the first guy who's exploded.
25. Cool.
That is 47 points of fire damage on the second one. 11, 16, 17.
I'm down.
21, 26, 29 points on the final one.
I'm down.
How many hit points are you negative now?
I'm negative 21, technically.
Negative 21. And what is your max?
80.
80. Okay.
But because I still had HP when that last guy exploded,
Yeah.
I don't fail.
Right.
I don't fail a saving throw.
No, you do not.
Ooh, but if this guy attacks me, I will.
Sorry, correct me. Either you roll a saving throw at the moment of going unconscious, or you just wait for your turn. That's right.
It's my turn.
Yep. Okay.
It's
Speaking of, it is your
probably
turn.
way
So
late.
please.
This was not a spell, is it?
No, it is not a spell.
What did he
It's
do?
the only thing.
Neska, it is your turn. Please give me your first death save.
I will message you directly.
Oh no. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's my turn.
Death saves are more interesting when you don't know.
They are, but they also
Wait,
suck.
where are you messaging me directly?
Oh, I did that in the meeting chat.
Hold on. Did it
I can
go
do
to
it in
me?
Discord. Should have. There we go. I did Discord.
Thank you. That brings up. Actually, that guy's dead. Neska killed him. That brings
What
up.
a reaction.
That brings up 6. It is your turn. 6. Just to flavor it. From your perspective, you have Mr. Assassin Guy directly in front of you. Suddenly, you were feeling pretty confident a second ago. Seeing as how you had Wreck, you're fighting alongside Wreck. You have this magical sword suddenly hanging in the air, taking swipes. You see Boop just suddenly come in and try to uppercut this guy. Or not uppercut, but suddenly you see the Boop's fist just... And suddenly he disappears. You barely have time to register his disappearance when all of a sudden a massive explosion, followed by another massive, followed by a third and final massive explosion. And you hear it's not a cry, it's more like a grunt feeling from the impact. Neska suddenly goes down. And the building is on fire. And it's just, parts of it are crumpling at this point. And the assassin, you see clear, just outlined by the flame, appears on top of the building.
Okay. I'm going to... How high up is Neska?
40 feet.
Yeah.
40 feet?
40
All right. I have an armor that gives me fire resistance, so I am... Wait, hang on. How far can I go with Misty Step? Let me see that. That's 60 feet.
Misty Step's 30 feet.
30 feet. Okay. Then I'm going to charge up. I'm just going to start running up the building with my... I don't take any disadvantage to climbing because I'm a tabaxi. So, and I have a armor that has fire resistance, so if I encounter any flames, I'll take half damage on that.
So you're able to get about 30 feet up the building.
Okay. And then I'm going to Misty Step the rest of the way.
You're able to get up to the top of the building. Yep.
Oh, I am. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to get right up to Neska without even looking at the assassin and just hand this over and dump this down her mouth. One sec, I'll pull that. It's going to come up in Discord. Potion of Supreme Healing. That was a 39.
Neska, you fall to the ground, and the world goes completely black as you fall unconscious. No sooner are you down, but suddenly you feel a paw beneath your head, just sort of cradling your head, and sort of you feel the application, and then suddenly the potion break through your lips, and then you start to just gulp, and immediately life's vigor once again fills you, and you are restored 39 points of health.
As I see her come back, I kind of whisper, like under my breath, no one else dies. And I turn and I look at the assassin, and since I still have another action, I'm just going to ready my action with... Yeah, I'm just going to ready my action
Okay.
to protect her.
Okay. Fatema, you... Oh, wait, no. That's... Okay. There are 3 assassins between you. Oh, wait, no. What am I saying? They're fucking dead. They just exploded. Fatema, it is your turn with Rek on deck.
How nice for us. Okay, I'm gonna start with Spitfire up on the building top. So as they are standing around, how many assassins are still up there on the building with them?
Six.
And how many are within 5 feet
Of you?
of it? Them?
Of the changeling assassin?
No, of Spitfire.
Oh, I'm sorry. There are no assassins on that building. They're on the other side. So Spitfire went up the side of the building that Neska was on, and those guys exploded.
Sick. Okay, so Spitfire is alone.
Yes.
Got it.
With 6 Neska and changeling assassin.
Oh. Okay, move into the changeling space immediately and touch that bitch. That simple bitch. Okay. Come on, give me 2 good hits. Whack-a-doos. Let's get it. Oh, yeah. 21 for ya. I'm just going to knock out both hits right here. 14 definitely does not hit.
Okay.
We'll take the 21. That's cool. Dum 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 dum. 12. Okay, let's see. Oh, also, the first time it says here, the first time it enters a creature's space on a turn, that creature takes 5 fire damage. So in addition to the 12, that's 5. And the changeling is on fire.
Okay. The changeling, now wreathed in flame, smiles. This is, guys, for those who have ever seen the show Bleach, this is the guy who's always constantly has that weird grin on his face. Yes, that guy.
Bye bye.
He
That off his face.
is going to use one of his actions to pull out his bag, hold it in front of him, and I need Spitfire to give me a dexterity saving throw.
How do I do it off of mine or
His.
because they don't have saving throws on the sheet for fire elemental, just like their stats block.
Then it'll just be his normal dexterity modifier. If it's not indicated in the save or as a save in the stat block, then it's just a regular bonus.
So he has a +3.
Yes. Okay, rolly. Oh god, man, a 6.
Spitfire disappears into the assassin's bag.
Does the bag catch on fire?
Does not.
Why not?
Oh.
That is a very complex.
I can't tell you. Just say it, Andy. I can't tell you. It's
Science.
it's science.
D&D.
Okay. That doesn't constitute being grappled, is it? Being forced into the bag.
Whatever is happening, Spitfire will have another chance or opportunity to try and escape.
Okay, well, we'll just scoot on over here to my turn. Let's see. Quick question for logistics' sake. On the opposite side of the street, so the building right across from where the Changeling and Six and Neska are, and Spitfire used to be, are there any assassins up on that building?
Yes, there are.
Okay. I'm going to... I wanted to do this for the Changeling, but it's fine. I'm going to Misty Step right on up to that building.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 30 feet, and then use the rest of my movement to get to the top. Or 10 of my movement to get to the top. Going to turn the barrels directly onto all of them. How many of them are there?
There are 6.
And as I crest the top, how far would they be from me and just my landing on top?
So the first 3 are about 10 feet away, and then about 20 feet for the other group.
You're gonna die. Yeah, how about you catch this fireball? Catch it with your hands. Dex save 17. Please catch it and then burn to cinders. That would be awesome.
That is a 21. That is a dirty 20.
Oh, come on.
That is an 8.
Cool.
That is an 8.
Cool.
And that is a 24.
Okay. So 2 of them get all of the fun smackings and whackings. Sorry, I just lost it. Where'd you go?
Please roll for damage because the other ones are going to do evasion, and they're only going to take half of whatever half they
That's fine.
took.
All right, here go this 8d6, baby. 27.
So 27 divided by 2, that is 13.
13, yeah.
And then they'll take half of that, so that is 7.
What kind of clothes they got on?
Regal finery?
That's flammable, ain't it?
Yes, all the clothes they have are flammable.
So they're all on fire, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the ones who does it.
It doesn't say anything like that for this. I was just curious because they
The ones who
should be
succeeded,
on fire.
the ones who succeeded are
Not
not on fire.
Right. Two of them are on fire. I'll take it.
Okay.
And just to add flavor, and also just being upset, like, I mean, you can't be like me, but take that shit and burn, baby.
Okay. That completes your turn. That brings up 6.
That assassin is still up on the roof with us, yeah?
Oh wait, no, 6 went. 6 already went.
Oh, wait, yeah.
That brings up Wreck with Jaw on deck.
Okay. I was down on the ground. He Misty stepped away, and then there are other assassins on the other thing. How far are they? Because I'm not able to do any sort of teleportation or anything. How far are they upwards?
So the distance you would have to get to the building, then 40 feet up in the air, so that's about 50 feet away.
Okay. And what are the assassins on? Are they on the roof, or are they on an awning?
They're on the roof.
Okay. Cool. That's fun. Love that for me. So thinking about going toward the assassins, I have become large because of Giant's Mites, so about 10, 11 foot tall. I have mobile feats, a very good strength score, which determines jumping. So is there a world where I get on the roof using my movement?
Well, we'll say you're able to get up 30 feet of the building, and then give me an athletics roll.
Sure. Athletics. 16.
16?
Yes.
You were able to get to the edge of the top of the building, and you're able to hop up.
Cool. How far is the nearest one?
10, and then 20 beyond that.
Okay. I'll attack the one that is 10 feet away. Bonus action, I will use Heart of the King, which is like a reflavored hill rune. So I'm now resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Probably should have done that first. Then no, it's fine. So yes, first attack. That is 19 to hit. So 30 damage on the first attack. He's still up.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
Sure. I am going to... I'm using all of my length here. So I'm going to swipe at him with the
It's not always about
glaive.
length, though.
I knew. I was just really trying to get through this moment.
Wasn't gonna make the joke.
I'm gonna hook him back toward me, and then since I have no real other person to attack that's within range, I think, because you said there's one that's 10 and then the next is at 20.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring him 5 feet closer to me and then use another attack that I have, because I have 2 more, to shove this corpse essentially toward the other guy.
Okay.
For 2 reasons. 1, just to see if I knock him off the roof. And number 2, these guys might explode and I don't want them near.
Got it. Okay.
So shove the corpse. Try to hit the guy. Like, strange projectile situation.
So this is dex save. That is a 17. Which say this is a improvised weapon of some kind. This is a thrown improvised weapon.
Why not? Corpse is an improvised weapon.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Fallout Boy song.
He is able to move to the side without getting hit.
Should I make an attack roll with an improvised weapon?
Actually, that's right. Make an attack roll.
Okay, what should I add to it?
Add your dex.
Add my dex, just straight dex. So 8 plus 3 would be 11.
An 11, yeah. It does not make his AC. So he is able to dodge out of the way. The corpse falls off the edge of the building and sits on the ground.
Great. I will look at that guy and make the come hither motion.
He does not.
That's all I can do in this turn.
That is okay. That brings up Jal with Tundo on deck. No, Boot on deck.
How many more assholes are on top of the roofs?
5.
5. Are any of them within 30 feet of me? Or if I fly 30 feet, will any of them be within 30 feet of me?
So are you still hovering, or are you...
I am flying, yes. I am at 30 feet in the air.
Yes. So yeah, you can still see where they are on the roof as they were sort of peering over to shoot down.
Can I get within 30 feet of the closest one?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Then, much like the last turn, as I get within there, I'm probably up over the building now. I'm just going to raise the rig, just be like, yeah, I know, guys, gravity sucks. It's always bringing you down. And I'm going to throw 3 constructs and try to yank that one, the one behind, and then the one behind off the roof as well. The one closest is a telekinetic shove as a bonus action, so he will have to make a strength save of 16.
He rolled a natural 1.
Then he gets pushed 5 feet and he falls. One behind him. This is going to be an attack roll for the first beam. Probably not. That's a 12 to hit.
No.
Didn't hit. Okay. Then we're just going to do the second beam at that guy then, because fuck him in particular. Damn it. It's a natural 1.
Okay.
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah. What was the damage for that one?
That one was just shoved, so there was no damage other than what he took by falling 40 feet.
Oh, well,
So,
in that case.
what was that damage?
That was 5, 10, 12. That is 18 points of damage.
Beautiful. I'm just gonna let them all be prone with all of our melee fighters that are in the alley.
Okay. That brings up the assassin on the ground and then 2 up top. The assassin on the ground is going to very shakily right himself after falling 40 feet and looking very bloodied at this point. He is going to run in with his short sword against... Rack is no longer on the ground. Jal is not on the ground. He's going to go against King Tundo. You just raised your hand. It was just like, it was adorable. It was like, yeah, attack me, please. That is a 18. Okay. That is 7 points of piercing damage.
And no poison. Because
7 points of piercing damage. What is everyone at, health-wise?
I'm dandy.
No, I'm dandy.
Oh, nice to meet you.
I'm Dan.
No, you're daddy.
I'm at 45.
Okay. Can you everyone just put what they are in the Zoom chat?
Bye.
Okay. As that assassin's blade falls perfectly harmlessly upon Tundo, makes a mark, but no overall damage. A scream pierces all of your ears. Not the scream of a person, but the scream of reality being torn in two. Off to your right, you can see flickering above the buildings is the Midnight Citadel. And suddenly, from the very bottommost portion of its structure to the very tip, the pointed tip at the very top, a black portal stretches out from the very center of it. And suddenly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands start to pull themselves out, and this is the sight that greets you. That's not it.
For me?
No, not for you. Why is it not
He sent me
doing
the
it?
changeling again. I'm like, thank you.
Here we
Happy
go.
New Year's to me.
There we go.
No, no, close the door.
Beck, I need you to give me a perception check.
Ooh, not great. 7.
7. As these hands are starting to pull this colossal form out of the depths of this newly formed portal, Rek, you very faintly, because while the portals itself is like this inky blackness, there seems you can almost barely perceptibly make out the world on the other side of it. The world you see is of a different Brecca. And you can tell that the portal, it's almost like there is a portal. And within it, there is a smaller portal that is being used for these massive, what is considered called a Demogoth Titan. As this thing is pulling itself through this smaller portal, there you can see on the outer edges just the faintest image of a world that exists on the other side of the larger portal. You're realizing that the Midnight Citadel can house a portal itself.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
That will bring up Boop.
Damn it. How close is the stumbling assassin that attacked Tundo in all of this? To me.
He's basically right next to you because you and Tundo are right next to each other.
Okay, great. So as this screaming terror comes out and Boop is remembering the last time and it killing Tundo and seeing Tundo being stabbed, this person, because he's within range, he has to make a dexterity saving throw of 17 or take, what was it?
He rolled a 5.
2d6. Great. So now he has to take 2d6 of it. Well, he takes 4 points damage.
Okay.
And because I'm just really, really pissed, I'm just gonna flurry of blows him at 28.
That hits.
Because if I'm gonna die with this fucking thing in the air over here, excuse my language, but if I'm gonna die with this monster, I'm at least gonna pummel someone's face in before I go.
Neska approves.
Okay. He takes the blows. So that was a total of...
Sorry, 10 bludgeoning.
Okay. So that's 10 plus 4 is 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Question, is this happening within my 5 feet? Since this person came and attacked the group? Actually, no, within 30 feet of me.
Yes, it is.
So you get to roll a d4 of radiant damage.
Oh, yeah, that's... Wait, does that only apply to weapon attacks? Because technically, as a monk...
Right, never mind.
Okay, never mind.
The astral's arms be a weapon?
I think there's like a thing to like include monks because so many of them are unarmed that it's considered a weapon attack. But I could be wrong. This is like a faint thing. That'd be such an oversight.
You know, you would think that a monk's fists and feet would be considered deadly weapons, but...
From what I'm seeing in a couple of places here, it says that yes, unarmed strikes are considered melee weapon attacks.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're not considered weapons.
Roll the d4 for me.
So
yeah, it's just for one of those things of like, it's kind of like overcoming resistances kind of thing.
Right, like they're not considered weapons, but they're considered weapon attacks.
Yeah.
You roll a d4? Or is it?
I can roll it if you want, or you can roll it. It's a d4.
Do it, Ivar. Go for me.
You shouldn't have asked me. It's just one.
Oh, damn.
So that's 15 points total damage. How do you want to do this?
You see an astral arm kind of just shoot out behind her and like slam into the back of the man's head. And then she just kind of turns and like a feral cat just kind of jumps on his back and is just like pummeling him into the ground as she's like crouched on top of him. And you can just like, Tundo probably sees her screaming as she's like punching him into the ground.
Okay. Whether it's the just, you're not a barbarian, Boop, but in this moment, there is a certain level of rage that brings clarity. And you recall, in this moment of clarity, that you are the holder of a certain artifact of power that was just recently bequeathed to you by the Platinum Dragon God of Goodness and Justice.
I was hoping it would come in handy.
And it's like, as you are destroying this assassin's face, you suddenly are like, it's the light bulb above the person's head. You have an idea.
You see like blood on my face and you just see me kind of smile as it's like a realization. This kind of looks like a little maniacal. And then I put my hand into my pocket and I pull out the box and I'm like, how do you use this? And like, I'm looking for instructions along the box.
Hold on.
You just see her kind of shaking it like up to her head. Like, is there a sound in here?
There's no sound of rattling. There's not actually a ring in there. It's just a box that looks like a ring box. It's small enough.
Oh, I have an idea. I'll just say as my bonus action, as you see me standing there, you see my wings kind of unfurl behind me, and I just shoot upwards.
You do that. You streak upwards with your wings as they unfurl. You are able to... What is your flying speed?
Is it the same as my walking speed?
It should be.
Plus 15 because I have... And then I have plus 15 an armored movement.
Yep.
So, what is that? 50, 60?
I'm sorry, yes. I don't have enough dice. Hold.
Ooh, is the dice bucket coming?
I have over 50 sets of dice.
That is impressive.
It's a little... It's impressive, but it's a little sad.
Why is that
It's a
sad?
whole wall of dice.
Who's sad about
It's
this?
an addiction.
You can make a fort out of dice. How cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
Oh, he did.
And I have
tell
another
us
one
about
coming.
that.
Okay.
Is that so? You're flying. You're above the building that Neska and Six are on. You're above the assassin now. What are you doing?
I think that was, yeah. I took all my turns and then my bonus action. So I am... Okay, before I end my turn, looking around, Fatema and Six... No, I'm sorry. Six is still facing off the changeling. Fatema's on the other side with some of the few assassins with Rex Souza and Neska. Where's Zhao? Flying around too?
Neska's on the same building with Six, and Jal is floating
Floating around me.
Jal is on the other building with the other the remaining archers.
Hovering between the buildings so
Got
that
it.
I can pull people into the street.
Gotcha. That's the end of my turn now.
Okay, that will bring up Tundo with Ivar on deck.
Okay. The Demigod Titan, how far are they from us?
The Demogoth Titan's about 100 feet away because it's down an alley and then into another street, and that's where the Midnight Citadel is.
Okay. I will cast on all of us for the party Beacon of Hope. Basically, the spell bestows hope and vitality. Choose any number of creatures within range for the duration. Each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws and regains the maximum number of hit points possible for any healing. And then I will hold my next action pending the demigod's move.
Okay.
Beacon of Hope is concentration, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so no more protection from evil and good for me.
Yep.
Cool.
You do lose that.
Tundo, are you by yourself downstairs? Downstairs on the
No,
ground?
I'm with Ivar.
Okay.
That will complete Tundo's turn. That brings up Ivar.
We still have the guy who was fighting us in the ground is dead, correct? Boop killed him.
Yes.
So right now, currently, the only remainders are the ones above that Jal has been engaging.
Yep.
And just to double check, because I did it the previous round, but I didn't ask you, we're good to cast, if it's an action spell and a bonus action spell, it's good to be cast on the same turn, yeah?
So you can cast a spell as an action, and then hold on.
I mean, I have spells that are bonus actions that are
Yes.
as bonus actions. So that's fine.
I think you can cast a bonus action spell, but then your action spell can only be a cantrip
Yes.
or
That's
something,
correct.
yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna go with what, thematically speaking, like what Ivar would do. Can the changeling assassin give me a wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
And fail, please.
Hold on one sec. That is a 16.
Motherfucker. He feels the stare of Ivar as Ivar is trying to keep him in place, but fails.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay. That brings us back up to the top of the order with Neska. Neska, you are still prone with 6, but you are alive.
She opens her eyes, looking at them confused and then spits out a hasty thanks. Sees the assassin and half my speed to get up leaves me with 30 feet. Can I get to him?
Yes, you can.
I can? Beautiful.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'm gonna use unarmed strikes on him. First one is a 16 going to hit.
Does not hit.
Damn it. Okay, first. Second. Oh, a 22.
That hits.
Lovely. So that is going to be 1d6. Oh my god, so many dice in front of me. 4, 5, 6, 7 points of bludgeoning, and then I'm going to throw in a hand of harm, which is an additional 1d6 plus 3, so that's another 7 points. For 1 key point to deal extra. And actually, there was somewhere I could choose between inflicting the poison condition on them with my hand of harm, which I will do so.
Okay.
And then flurry of blows as a bonus action.
When you try to inflict the poison condition, it does not seem to have the effect that you want it to.
Damn it. Okay. That's fine. There's so much to track. Step of the wind, unarmed strike. Slow fall, hand of harm. Stunning strike. There it is. Okay, so I have 2 more flurry blows.
Okay.
That's going to be a 26.
Hit.
6 points of bludgeoning. And stunning strike. So it needs to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 15.
That is a 12.
Yes. So I get to make my final flurry blows with advantage.
Okay.
Thank God, that was 5. That one's cocked. I'm not joking, another natural 20.
Okay, roll for damage.
So max will be 6, 8. No, 6, sorry, 9. With another 6, 8 on top of that. And then, what was it? That was 3 key points. Can I, free action interact with item, take the bag off him?
He's stunned.
Or is that's too much?
He's stunned. Yeah, sure, what the fuck? I'll do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's stunned. So you basically just, all of his pressure points on his chest, and suddenly he's just, frozen in place. Just, barely breathing perceptibly. And you just snatch the bag out of his hand. You have his bag.
I think that would be all I can do.
Yep. That
Six is
brings
muted,
up,
but I see them yelling at me.
That brings up 6 with Fatema on deck.
I was gonna say, just you could toss the bag to me so that he can. So I can.
Well,
toss
that would
it
be
down.
another thing that you'd have to do. She would only grab the bag.
That's true. Okay. How close is Neska to the assassin?
She's right on him.
Okay. Then I can use my sneak attack along with my crossbow, and I'm going to do just that. I'm using.
You have advantage from the stun anyway.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true. All right. Well, this gentleman is going to not live much longer. Or not.
You didn't roll to attack. That's just damage.
So here's the hit. Okay.
24 hits.
Okay. And then with rolling damages.
Automatic crit.
Yeah, so with the way I'm doing it, sneak attack doesn't automatically go max. It's just the weapon damage that's maxed. So for this, you have 11 points of sneak attack damage.
Sure.
Plus max damage for the weapon.
Right.
So that is what's your damage roll for the weapon?
The weapon roll was
No. What do you normally roll for damage for the weapon?
that was, let me see, 1d8 plus 11.
So 8. And then give me another roll.
With attack?
Yeah. No. With the damage, your damage. So it's 11 points of sneak attack damage, so that's 19, plus 14 plus 3, 33. So that's 36 points of damage. He's looking bad. That bolt didn't happen to have purple worm poison on it, did it?
Certainly did.
Actually, no, I know it did because you even specified that the bolt on the orphan crippler was going to have purple worm poison on it.
Mm-hmm.
Not joking. He rolls a net 1.
I told him.
Let's go.
I need you to roll 7d6 poison damage.
1 sec.
Could he instead roll 76? Like 76?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
So I'm rolling 7d6s, right?
7d6s.
Okay.
In D&D Beyond, you can select the d6 dice 7 times and it'll automatically roll up. That was 6d6. You need to roll 7d6. That's 1d6. You need to select the d6 7 times. Okay, that is 19 points of poison damage.
Oh, thank goodness.
He's looking really rough. That brings up Fatema.
Awesome sass. Okay. I will unsheathe my 2 scimitars and I'm going to run at whichever closest person on fire is to me.
Okay.
Green flame blade whooshes across the blades and we attack. We are going to attack with a defensive flourish. We can add that stuff afterwards. Must do normal rolling first. Okay, sorry.
Sir DM, did you say that Spitfire was going to get a chance to get out of the bag?
Yes.
Oh, you did say that.
During his turn. Or during Fatema's turn, yes.
Yeah. What was that, a dex, right?
Yeah, it's a dex save.
Gotcha.
I'll just roll it now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
His dex was a +3.
Yes.
That is a 15. He is able to leave the bag.
Yay! Oh, no.
The problem is that Neska's the one holding it right now.
I know. Neska, you don't have anything flammable on, do you?
Just my monk robes.
Oh man. But wait, like it would just be anybody, like it doesn't specify like an aggressor or opponent. It just whatever creature. Dang, that sucks.
If it comes out of the bag, can it move its movement?
You
Or
could.
is it just like come out and just stay there?
Oh yeah, no, I would move it. I would have.
Yeah, we'll
I
just
would
say
have-
he's able to move away from Neska.
move the 50 feet it has. Use whatever it takes to get right up on that stupid changeling and touch it. It's
Okay.
touching your baby, driving.
Roll to attack with the with Spitfire.
24 and it's a 22. It's a 22. Okay. So here's the damage. What? That's 13. Damage 2. That's 12.
How do you want to do this?
Oh my god, you die. Okay, so Spitfire leaps out of the bag and kind of turns to Neska, noticing that it is Neska and not that asshat. Gives Neska a nice little nod, little sup, and then next thing you know, whoosh, rocks right up against Changeling. And we're gonna give him some we're gonna give him the king treatment. So takes both of the giant hands that belong to them and takes the changeling's head, almost like an embrace, kind of gripping the back of the head, and then just heats up, presses in until it explodes.
The changeling screams throughout the entire experience, barely able to keep his body together for a moment, and he just collapses into ash.
Oh, I love it. I just do a quick little salute to Spitfire from across the street and and continue to do what I was doing, which is rolling up on that homeboy, whichever homeboy.
Give me an attack roll.
First. That is on.
You have advantage on this because they are knocked prone.
Yeah, that's that's shift, baby. That's 26.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
Was that it wasn't a natty. Dang. If it was, that would have been awesome. That's a 14. So the first
14?
one at least hits. All right, 14 doesn't hit, right?
Oh, I thought that was. Oh, okay. I thought.
Oh,
that
no,
was
that
damage.
wasn't. No, not damage. That was,
Okay. No, a 14 does not hit.
That's okay. So, let me see. Sweet. So since this is green flame bladed, we got some extra fun dusicles to go to this. On a hit, the target suffers the weapon's normal effects, and you can cause green fire to leap from the target to a different creature of your choice that can be seen within 5 feet of it. So let me do the normal stuff first, and then that other fun stuff.
I would like to be clear, there is nothing normal about this.
That's fine. 17. Oh, I got a 20. Wait, what? No, that's something else.
Yeah. 17. That assassin is dead.
And then 5 feet away from that guy that just went kaputskis, the next homeboy is gonna get 20 more damage.
That one was also one of the ones that was prone. So that guy is also dead.
That is fantastical. Okay, so question for you very quickly, since I was using my defensive flourish and they're both dead, that means I don't get to use my bardic inspiration to deal extra damage, but I would have liked to have done that because I get to add those numbers to my AC.
You can still roll for the damage and you can add it to your AC.
Sick, you're the best. Okay, 1 second here.
It's like that scene in Star Trek First Contact where Captain Picard goes full ham on the Borg with his Tommy gun and like bludgeoning him.
Yeah.
And what is her name? The actress that he is with says, "Captain, I think you got him." Yeah, he's dead.
Sick, and I just got 5 added to my AC until my next turn.
That brings up. That will bring up.
Oh, sorry.
Wreck.
In bonus action, I'm going to convert spell slots, a 3rd level spell slot, into 3 sorcery points. Now
Okay.
I'm done.
Wreck, with Jaw on deck.
Andy. We're friends.
Why do you have to say it like that?
I don't know what that box does. I have an idea with Rex knowledge. No, 6, I'm sorry. I don't think it's going to be opening the box. So you're going to think that what I'm about to say is a lot of contingencies, right? I don't think that's true. I think I'm using the knowledge at hand and how Rex Souza would think and the resources that I have available to do something very strange.
Okay.
So, there is a big old obsidian crystal that is powering a portal to another world that is currently open with something terrifying in the midst of said portal.
Yes.
And other terrifying things beyond said portal.
Yes.
Cool. You ever see, like, when you shine a very thin light into a crystalline structure?
Yes. It's a prism.
Right. You know how you said in the prep for this that Electrum had so many various benefits? It was a magnifier, and I didn't understand the full capacity of what it could do. And we also know that my lightning glaive is powered by pure Electrum.
Yep. Which,
So-
oddly enough, just a little bit of flavor comes from the Peshium Wildlands.
Beautiful. So, I would like to, I don't know how far I am. I am very big, and I will fully sprint off of this roof and jump as close as I can if I need to, toward the big-ass crystal and shoot a lightning bolt into it with the intention that, thinking back to my first mini attack, toward the changeling assassin, how it cauterized a wound, thinking that maybe something inert in the crystal and something unexplainable in the Electrum, that this lightning can be a catalyst to something truly otherworldly. Maybe great, maybe terrible, maybe nothing. But I'm willing to give it a shot.
Okay. I would like to supply you with information just because I know you already know it. What you know about the placement of the Midnight Citadel. It is an obsidian shard that strikes and juts out of the desert sands of Brekka.
Yeah.
You know that as far as the stories go, there is a mother lode of Electrum beneath the Midnight Citadel.
Yeah.
Which is housed within what you can only imagine to be the ancient city of the dwarves when they were first in the world of Odromia.
Okay.
That's the reason why you came to Brekka, because it's possible that Brekka could be a new home for the dwarves because of their history.
Yeah. I just
And
want to
you
help
are-
them pay their electric bill, you know?
You are aiming your lightning glaive. What's the range on that?
Lightning bolt has a range of 100 feet.
All right. So
And
you
I
would
will
have-
get closer. I'm
Okay,
very
so give
fast.
me, so you and Fatema are on the same building currently right now.
Mhm.
We're going to have to jump across to the next building, get on top of that, and aim your lightning glaive 100 feet.
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay, give me an athletics check.
Okay. 25. 17 plus 8.
With a roar, Rex,
Oh, wait,
Souza,
wait.
you just
I have advantage. No, it's still that.
You just let out a massive roar with the lightning glaive, full of ideas, and you run and jump and leap almost ferally just off of this building, and you clear the gap between this building and that building. It's an alleyway, so it's not that big of a leap, but it's still
Use the
impressive
glaive, the
nonetheless.
vault, you know?
And boop, you see this as you are hovering above with the Bahamut's box. And Bahamut. And you see Rex Souza suddenly just leap and is almost right alongside you and then drops down to the surface of the roof of the building. Aim his glaive, and I need you to give me a ranged weapon attack.
Okay. Cool. By the way, just so you know, let me just make sure, because I reflavored everything. I'm going to use my bonus action for Eye of the King, which is a storm rune. So I enter a prophetic state for a minute. And so when I or another creature within 60 feet of me, it's me, makes an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, I can use my reaction to cause the roll to have advantage or disadvantage. Like I said, reactions are gold. Okay. That is 19 plus ranged weapon attack. Wait, if it's lightning bolts, dex saving throw on a still thing, or do you just want me to make it? Because
I just want you to hit.
Okay.
So
19 plus ranged weapon attack would be based on dexterity, and I'm proficient, so it'd be 19 plus 6, 25.
Okay.
The other one was a 2. Give myself a
As Rexusa, as you activate the electrum or the electric glaive, you see the lightning spring from the spear portion as the battery, the electrum battery, just fully powers and then overcharges and blasts this lightning out, making contact with the Midnight Citadel, the structure, the crystalline structure. Neska, as this is happening, because you're on the same building that he's on now, you turn after seeing Spitfire absolutely annihilate the assassin. You turn, seeing the lightning make contact with the Midnight Citadel. There is a shimmer, and suddenly the portal the Demogoth Titan is coming through shrinks down, and they're not able to move or break through. The other thing that happens, though, is that the world that is present in the larger portal becomes clearer, and then suddenly you hear a familiar voice. What is going on? Where is... Oh, Neska, where are we? What is... And you suddenly see a faint, ghostly mirage of Yanshu. Who's near Tundo right now? Ivar. You don't know what Tundo looks like, or what he looked like prior to you meeting him today. You do know, though, that suddenly standing next to you on the other side of you is a short dwarf, wreathed in black smoke, with black wings unfurled from his back. Neska, what is happening? What is going... We were in a house a second ago. Where are we? Where are Ivar? Where is Jal?
Where are you?
I'm here. And then he suddenly fades. He suddenly fades. You're reaching out to him?
Reaching out. No.
There is the very faintest sense of a corporeal Yanshu that suddenly your hand passes through.
Sir DM, I have a question. This was a question that I had from the previous turn that I had. How close to the house did we get before we got ambushed?
How far away from the house?
No, we were going to the house from the ship.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You still had a couple more blocks to go. So probably like 300, 400 or so feet.
Never mind.
Jal, you are hovering above Rexusa as he's lashed out with his lightning glaive. You suddenly see, down on the ground next to Neska, the apparition of Yanshu.
Do I feel like if we succeed, he's going to be on the right or wrong side of this portal?
You do not know.
How far is the portal from us right now?
It's about 100 feet.
100-ish.
maybe a little farther for Ivar.
So, another thing for Jal in this moment, knowing what I am capable of, I see Boop flying towards the portal, yes? This is very obvious and everything?
Boop is not flying towards the portal. Boop is flying up above the street to get a clearer view of the portal, holding the box of Bahamut.
I'm going to say that Ivar is going to dash to get closer to the portal.
Okay, so you're moving 60 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. You do that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to yell to Boop, just be like, do you have something?
Boop considers and like touches her book because there's something she did in the Feywild, but realizes there's a lot of people around that might die unnecessarily if she were to do that. And remembering the words of Bahamut about needing to make a choice, you see her pull the box to her chest and kind of like remember why she's here and what she said she really wanted in the end for all of this. And you just see her kind of shoot towards the Titan, but you can hear her scream, "Don't let its tentacles touch you. I need a distraction."
Okay.
And a distraction is what I'm good at. Fly low and fast.
Boop, it is your turn.
Oh, it is me? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Jal is before Boop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were...
Yeah. That's
Okay,
Which
go
is perfect, because with Boop going to fly, can I, like, intercept?
You can catch up to them, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to do that. And actually, I just need to get within 30 feet.
Yep.
And I'm going to use a bonus action to cast Sanctuary on Boop. So, just to make sure she has that extra level of protection. So as she's flying, she's got that little green shimmery aura, and I told her to fly low and fast because Jal is flying high and loud. And I'm going to look at this five-eyed fuck and using prestidigitation just to cause like a bunch of fucking sparks to fly out. I'm turning myself into a giant green fucking firework. I'm going to look at this son of a bitch and be like, all right, Blackheart the Death Eater, or whatever your fucking demon of the nine hells fucking name is. You're not allowed here. I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Okay. You do that. Hold on one second.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
If
All right.
I buy Boop even one turn, I succeed.
Boop, it is your turn.
Boop, really having no idea what she's going to do, is like flying low, and you probably can't see her do it, but she's like trying to figure out how to open the box or what it does. Is it
There's
DM
a very simple latch on the front of it.
So as she's looking at it, she remembers that Bahamut said, "I need to choose what I will do in this life." And as she opens it, the thought in her mind is whether she lives or dies, that the rest of them will be able to return. And then she opens the box as she gets... How far is she from actually the Demigoth at this point?
You're about 70 feet away.
70 feet away? Okay, now. Yes, let's open the box. She opens the box because she doesn't know what she has to use. And
okay.
I'm so curious.
Hold on. When you are in the Astral Sea, facing the Platinum Dragon, he specifically said to open this in the time of greatest need. There are two worlds that exist at this point. One world where everything makes sense, and in this world where, while you might be joined by friends for a time, this is not a world that was ever supposed to happen. As you open the box, suddenly, out from the opening is, again, the aspect of Bahamut's platinum breath. Radiant platinum flames streak out in a 300-foot cone, exploding out from the box. Boop, you are barely able to hold on to it with all of your strength in this moment. This streaking 300-foot cone of radiant holy flames impacts against the portal that the Demogoth Titan is coming out of, dealing 12d10 points of damage. Holy fucking shit. 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 55, 52, 58, 67, 74, 80 points of radiant damage against this Demogoth Titan. The Demogoth Titan has to make a DC 26 dexterity saving throw.
Does it have disadvantage because I distracted it? It didn't see this coming.
You know what? Give me a performance check, Jel. Let's see how brilliant, beautiful of a green firework you can be. Because baby, you're a firework.
19. We warlocks, we charismatic as fuck, boy.
He rolled a 10. And also, he's really fucking stupid.
Goddamn right.
The Demogoth Titan's eyes sort of just go wide at this green, exploding, emerald-shaped human man. And he is fully enthralled by this marvelous, majestic, sparkly performance that you are putting off right now.
Okay,
and
I'll take
he
that.
he is knocked back into the portal and disappears from view. And when he lets go, as he's prying open the portal itself shrinks down, is not closed, shrinks down to about half the size.
Did
Whose
Yonshu
turn is
say... I don't know now.
I mean, yeah, I was about to ask, how many, like, is this just like a one-time shoot, or like what?
You don't know.
That's one action.
So that will... Does that complete your turn?
I mean, I don't know what else. If I can't do it, if that's like a one-time shot, right? Like that
So
power
you
was
flew
one time. There's
closer.
no other-
You have... You open the box. That was
Yes.
a ranged attack. And then... yeah. Unless you can do any other things. Well, actually, you could probably cast a spell on your own.
I mean, I could, but I don't know what the hell I would do. I'm gonna move closer to the hole, like, so I'm hovering right above it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna prepare my next action for my next round. So I
Okay.
have no idea what the fuck I'm gonna do.
That brings up Tundo.
Okay. Quick question for you, Aki. Knowing that the Axe of Dwarven Lords needed to be tapped into the tower, would I have any knowledge of that? Is a ley line or something that would allow me to harness the power to close a hole?
You do know from Rexuza's advice and from his time both exploring the different sites within Odromia. We know that Ashcaleen, Dashte, Elhathir, Thondarul, and Brekka all were intersections of the ley lines where the most powerful portions of the magic that exists within the world were present. Brekka, it is safe to say, it's a guess, but it's safe to say that housed within that massive mother lode of Electrum, beneath that, there is the intersection of the conduits of ley line that intersect from around the world.
I look at 6 and I ask, would you mind tossing me my father's stone, please? 6.
Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I reach into my pouch, pull out the stone, and I give it a gentle toss to Tundo.
This world isn't supposed to happen. Because this is a different Tundo. It's not the same Tundo as the one that you saw across.
Would that Tundo make that choice, though?
To save friends, yeah. If he's like me, yeah.
And you know what you gotta do.
I'll run over towards the tower as fast as possible. If anyone can give me uppies, I'll appreciate it.
Okay. That will bring up Ivar.
So technically speaking, I'm like 40 feet away from the portal now.
Yeah.
Is this like a straight line or through streets? And if
Through
so,
streets.
would
you
Ivar
got a left-hand turn and then you're there. Like you see the Midnight Citadel in front of you.
would Ivar, using Val's knowledge and the past Kalashtar, be able to get there with less movement? Like either like going through just going through alley or something to basically get to the location at a faster pace.
No.
Okay. So if I move, I'm 40 feet away. If I move 15 feet away, am I able to see it? If I'm 15 feet away. Well, wait. Is it in view or is it still not in view?
Yes. Yeah. So you would be. So it's. Yeah, you'd have to go like 15 feet, and then you'd be able to see it down the alley or down the street.
Okay. Basically, I'm trying to get close. I mean, I only have 30 feet of movement, but I guess I would use the 30 feet or dash, depending on whether I can see it. I'm trying to see if he can spot Rihanna or any other source at the foot of this stuff, of the portal, and anything that might be keeping this portal from being fully closed.
When you turn the corner and you're seeing the Midnight Citadel, you do not see Rihanna. You don't see anyone there, actually. All you see is the smaller portal that the Demogoth Titan is not fully visible anymore, because the portal itself has shrunk. And then beyond that, you see the larger portal that is almost like, it's like you're seeing into another world or another time. And it's like the two things are kind of bleeding or running on top of each other.
Is the creature... Is it still out of sight, or is it trying to get back in?
No, you don't see it.
I don't see it.
Yeah. It's not able to fit through the hole that is currently open.
And you said I don't see anything else in that area.
There's no person, no people there.
Is this connected? Would I know if this is connected to the direction of the tunnel under the house?
No, it is not. Midnight Citadel is in the center of the city. The Amethyst Worm, where you know the Nightmoors reside, that is to your left. You know that somewhere 400 feet stretching out in front of you is where the house is located. It might be... Yeah, and you're like, you see the Midnight Citadel slightly off to your right, and you know the house is like 400 feet past that.
Just because he wants to see in case something may be there that he's missing, I'm going to, besides the obvious source that he can see, I'm going to cast Divine Sense to detect good and evil within 60 feet to see if there's anything that he can detect other than the obvious portal that may guide him.
Within 60 feet?
Yeah.
There's just the much smaller portal.
Okay. I'm going to say that at that point, I mean, I don't have anything else to do. I'm going to just say, like, he speaks in his head to Val. Val, if there's anything else our old friend may have known about any of this, now would be the time to reveal it.
There's a pause. And you can hear sort of the hurried sounds of Val, this Quori, doing their shuffling again, trying to organize thoughts, pieces of information. I'm so sorry. I'm really anxious, and I don't really know. This is all very new, and I don't really know what to do.
Well, courage. If you feel you have no courage of your own, then have some of my own. We are here together now. We live and die together, yes?
It's not like you can hear a nod, but you could sort of get the sense that they're like nodding very hurriedly, like kind of like in a sense. The portal is opening, but the magic is coming from beneath, but also all around at the same time. It's like two worlds are right on top of each other.
How do we cut the connection?
The blue one was the blue bugbear. He disrupted something. His weapon just disrupted, and whatever the tiefling did also disrupted it.
Do I see this glaive?
All you saw, from your vantage point, you're on the ground, you're running to it. All you saw was lightning suddenly streak out overhead, making an impact on the portal itself.
Okay. So there's no visual, like, remains of anything there?
Where?
Of where the impact happened. Like, if I were to look at where the portal is and everything, is there any like?
It's like suddenly the world on the other side suddenly became clearer, and that was when you briefly saw a second Tundo suddenly materialize next to you.
I'm going to say that he doesn't know what to do right now, much else in the meantime, because he's out of movement as well. And so he's going to look at the smaller portal, and he just has a moment where hopefully this buys time, and points his sword at it, casts spiritual weapon right next to the portal. And as he swings with his sword, the spiritual weapon right next to the portal mimics the action. And basically he attempts to strike the portal.
Go ahead and roll for damage.
That's 6 points.
As
damage.
You make impact with the spiritual weapon, the portal that the Demogoth Titan was trying to come out of shrinks even more. Not completely closed, but it's significantly diminished. There's no way that a Demogoth Titan is coming through that hole. And the hole shrinks. And Ivar, as you using your spiritual weapon, you feel at your back the hand of a Monitor. And you feel the silvery glow return. And you hear just the faintest thought, and you're getting used to voices in your head again, although not sinister ones. And you hear the voice speak out loud this time. You do not belong here. You must return.
They do not belong here either.
And that is all that they say. That brings us back up to Neska. Neska?
So I had it wrong in my head. I was thinking Yonshu was taken, not us. So I'm an idiot. Jar's flying around everywhere. Ivar's taken off. I only hear part of what Six has said to King Tundo.
Mm-hmm.
And just out of game, sorry, 6 is a rogue.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, cool. I think this is our cue to get out of here. I'm gonna point to the portal. We have to go. I'm gonna bounce on the balls of my feet. And I would like to, I don't know if I can. No. Because I know how quickly Yonshu can move, I'm going to make the presumption that 6 is just as fast, if not faster. Jump down and go, Your Majesty, hold out my hand to King Tundo, and if they so take my hand, I will pull them with me and do Misty Step to get as close to the portal as possible. Oh no, he's from this world, never mind.
So I was going to say, if you did put your hand out, I would have been like, no. And I would have given you a hug and say, go with your friends. I got mine here, and I point at Rex.
I'm so torn.
I will say that with your passive perception, Neska, you do see, standing off in the distance, you do see Ivar glowing a bright silvery color. And the last time that he did that was when his god interacted with him.
Oh, that can only be good. My bad. Okay, sure. To Tundo, Neska is cold. In that hug. Who else is your boops flying? So Tundo and Rek are from this plane.
Yes.
Okay. And Fatima's on the roof with us, and so is... No? Where did Fatima disappear to?
I'm on the other roof.
She's on the roof
On the
behind
other
you.
one. Okay. Cool, because I did my dope monk shit and slow fell off the building. I don't want to waste movement getting back up. Oh!
Just go.
No, I gotta take someone with me. Ah! She goes. Oh, I can't Misty Step. She goes. I'm not that cool. I don't have spells. So I have a speed of 60. To dash is an action, 120 feet, and then if I need to, I can step of the wind.
You can get right alongside of Ivar.
Is the portal still big enough for us to get through?
So the portal, there are two. There's the portal, and then there's the portal inside that portal. The portal inside the portal is about the size of a very large gate.
Okay.
It is not that big anymore. It has been shrunk down with the combined efforts of Rek, the combined efforts of Boop, and Ivar.
Yeah.
There's the larger portal, which is sort of a phase in and out between this world and the other one.
I can assume that the one that's phasing in and out is the portal from our plane or our timeline.
You don't know.
I can't assume. Okay. What are we doing?
We need to cross.
Bye.
Deuces.
I'll use the rest of my movement to get to the other side then. I hate this so much!
Okay.
I don't want to do it.
6.
I don't want to do this.
6 sees Neska take off, and he sees the rest of his party are heading off towards the portal. Do I burn movement by, like, jumping down the side of the building?
So you're doing slow fall?
Is that, well, not necessarily, I mean, I want to, like, kind of, like, scrape along down the building with my claws. Does that count as movement?
Yeah.
Damn. All right. I will use my 30 feet of movement to run down the side of the building up to King Tundo. And I will say to him, I guess this is where we part. And I kind of glance at the stone, though, and I say, I unfortunately do need that back. Tundo, and I wink, would kill me.
Yeah, I'd kill you too. I give it a look. I'd give it a little kiss, and I'm like, "Go home, father." And tosses it back to to 6.
You have friends. You just gotta know where to look. And I use my Misty Step and I go towards that portal as fast as my little cat body will take me.
You do that. You're also able to get about halfway towards Ivar and Neska. Fatema, it's your turn. At this point, the black portal, the Demogoth's portal, has shrunk down to about the size of a large door.
Okay. The last few assailants, are they like up on me, or what's the distance between us? I actually don't even know if they're already left alive.
There are 2.
Okay. Good.
And they're about 20 feet away from you.
Oh, that's even better. We love that. I can action dash, yes.
Yeah.
Sick. I'm getting the fuck off this building.
Just for flavor, you're dashing off the building.
I mean, I'm not just gonna like throw myself off the building. I'm gonna climb down, but okay. I'm gonna go down using action dash. So what does that? How much does that get me? I have 30 feet of movement.
Okay, so you're dashing, so that's 60 feet. So you're able to get down all the way to the ground and then move an additional 30 feet.
Sick. And then we're gonna toss on with the aid of one sorcery point going to a distance spell. I'm making my Misty Step 60 feet as well. Bonus action.
You are able to get almost all the way to Ivar and Neska. You're about 10 feet away from them. Still ahead of 6.
Hell yeah. And that's my turn.
That will bring up Rek. For flavor, though, as you disappear from the top of that building, the 2 assassins right themselves, look up. Suddenly, a confused look crosses their face, and they both explode.
God damn it.
The building that they're on top of is completely incinerated almost immediately, and the structure itself begins to slowly collapse in on itself.
Could I add also for flavor, just, Rexus is on the ground, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he's not.
No?
He's not. He's above.
Oh, on the other building, though?
Yes.
Damn.
So now you're past him almost all the way to.
Let's, if I may, let us say that before I dipset off the building, I did a quick and then peaced out.
So you're making your way. Okay.
Towards
so you get
the portal.
towards
Well,
the portal.
before I did that, just quick peace out to Rexusa, because I can't like leave him high and dry and shit. I know the other one still exists, but
Okay. You get all the way to Neska and to Ivar, almost 10 feet away. That brings up Rexusa. Your lightning blast destabilized the Demogoth portal and strengthened the portal to the other plane.
Gotcha. So bad went away, good went. Okay.
Yes. Helped along with Ivar and Boop.
Okay. How far am I from the portal?
You're still 100 feet away.
Okay. Can I go further just because it'd be cool?
What's your movement normally?
40. And I'm large, so probably further. But it doesn't say so.
Give me just give me an athletics check.
Cool. 0.2.
I'll say that you are
advantage.
able to
0.5.
you're able to get down the side of the building, and you're able to move
we won't even count that as part of the movement. You're able to get down the side of the building, and then you can use your full movement to get all the way to, or get almost all the way. So 40 feet.
Yeah.
So you are behind 6, towards getting towards Fatema, Neska, and Ivar.
Okay, I didn't understand how far I am from the portal and all that.
You are 40 feet away from the portal. They're all sort of standing. Ivar and Neska are standing looking at that portal right now.
Okay. I don't think I can do, above table. I don't think I can do the thing that I was thinking of doing by another round. I just too far. Really wish I had an action surge. I think I only have one. Can I make you a deal?
You mean, what's the deal?
Can I have another action surge if I give you half of my hit points?
I'll say give yourself 2 points of exhaustion and you can have an action surge.
Okay, I'll do that. I use this turn to dash to the portal. I then action surge. And I want to... Honestly, this is just for flavor. I'm really just trying to make this be an interesting thing. So there is something called a fire rune, which I call the Forge of the King. And with each of these of the kings, you see there are huge, like almost brands on his spine just glow, and it electrifies some part of him. And so the fire rune, or the Forge of the King, is on an attack. It takes more fire damage, and fiery shackles grapple this thing. So I was thinking, if I attack this portal like everybody else is doing, not trying to diminish it or hurt it in a way, but to use those fiery shackles to control the opening so that they could get through and not have to worry about that.
Yeah.
And
so you do that.
And so Rek leaps down off of the building. Huge. Runs past everyone. Just the smallest glimpse. And Gladiator, where he runs the fingers through the wheat, does that to Fatema's hair. And it trickles near the cuticles, just on the fingernails of this bugbear. And he gets to this large door and just pries it open with the glaive. And from beneath, but also above, and these almost ruined buildings, are shackles forged of hellfire. And they're not links at the end, but almost like full claws. And I take 2 levels of exhaustion, and you see the bloody footprints heading toward the portal. And that's my turn.
Jaw.
Or I'll just follow that up. Jal is still he basically was flying up with all of this happening. So I don't think that he made any forward progress towards the portal. So how far away does that put me?
You were with Boop. You got all the way up to Boop. So you were about 80 feet away.
They started 80 feet away. Am I worried that anybody else is not going to make it?
No.
We're all good?
Ivar is closest with Neska. 6 behind them. Boop is flying there. And Fatema is almost there as well.
Okay. Because Jal has a flying speed of 30 feet. If he is 80 feet away, that would be dashing for 60. So it really came down to if I had to use my bonus action for something other than Expeditious Retreat so that I could fly another 30 feet and make it to the portal. But if everybody is good, he's not worried that anybody else is not going to make it, then that's what I'm doing. just beelining green streak through the sky.
You draw upon the power of the ring, and you propel yourself that distance, streaking faster than you probably have done in a good long while. You get to Neska and Ivar. And that brings up Boop.
Seeing Boop still flying over the portal and seeing both Ivar and Rexuza, she's starting to kind of like, not so much her full speed, but has started to come down. She's kind of still holding the box in her hand, shaking, and just kind of closes it in her hand. And she looks around to see where everyone is and sees that they're all getting there, so she alights next to Neska and Ivar and turns and looks back at Tundo way down there, and is just like hoping that she'll see their actual version of Tundo on the other side of this, not knowing what's going to be on the other side of that portal. And she walks the closest to, I guess, the portal, like basically almost to the edge, and you see her kind of put her hand out towards the portal.
So just in relation to where you are, you have Rek, who has the portal almost pried open, sort of holding it in place. You stick your hand through, you pull it back. And it's almost like you can feel a different air on the other side. Like a cool night air that isn't taken up with all of the heat that just impacted this portal. All the radiant heat, all of the lightning, everything that's just heating the air around you. And you just feel sort of the cooler air of a different Rekka.
How far is Fatima at this point away from us? Like, is she close enough where I know she's going to, like, she's basically almost upon us?
Yeah. Everybody is fairly close now to the portal.
Okay. She looks at Rexuza and just kind of pats his shoulder as a thank you, and then steps through the portal because someone has to go first to see what's on the other side.
Boop. You step through the portal and you find yourself stepping through, and then you turn and look, and it's the fully solid Midnight Citadel. No other portals, no nothing. You are stepping out, night sky, the moon above. You feel sort of just the light of the moon caress your skin, feeling the comfort of your goddess mother as you step into a Brekka that you are familiar with.
I see anyone around?
No. It's nighttime. Say around the same time that you left, or that you noticed the change.
And can I put my hand back through the portal, or is it like basically
there's no
once
portal
I'm
there?
through,
It's like you
there's
step
nothing
through
to
and then
see,
suddenly
like,
the Midnight Citadel
just
is
a wall.
solid.
Gotcha. She puts her hands to the wall and just is like hoping that they come through as well, and waits.
I'd like to hold my turn till everybody goes through.
Yeah.
So I could expend my movement and everything to go into the portal or the stone area to close the portal completely. For both.
Ivar?
In Ivar's head, still feeling the connection to a Minotaur, he just says to his deity, grant them all safe passage, and if there is a cost to pay, I'll pay 10 times over. And he starts walking toward the portal. He takes a moment to look at Neska, sort of like nodding to encourage her to follow him toward the portal. He stops, he pauses when he gets close to Rek, and he just looks at him very evenly, respectfully, and he gives him a salute with his sword down, and he says to him, I look forward to meeting you in whatever next life. It will be an honor.
Rek will respond, it was an honor in this one. And his eyes and his nose are bleeding, his ears too.
Ivar moves to him, puts his fist on his chest, and then puts his hand on his shoulder, and he uses his lay on hands, his entire pool of 50 HP, to give it to him. Just feels the energy of this like now glowing Ivar, imbued by the power of a Minotaur, just flowing through his hand and into your body with this radiant energy. It's just sort of like flowing through your body. And Ivar keeps going to walk to the portal, stops at the edge, and if allowed, I would basically want to cast Divine Sense once more as basically a navigation radar as he's about to step in case there is anything that he needs to like be alert about on the journey between where he is and the other side.
You don't get any sense.
He's actually going to stay at the edge of the portal, not entering yet, as he just looks over to make sure that Neska and Jal are there and they can move through.
Neska, it's your turn. With Fatema on deck.
A lot of appreciation. So she'll advance with Ivar. A nod of appreciation to Rek for the sacrifice he's making. And I don't think she knows the rank of Rek. Keep doing you. And then not trusting Ivar because I know he's a noble, sacrificial little turd. Can I try and... Oh my god, he's gonna have... I would like to stunning strike him.
Okay. Roll to attack.
I don't trust you not going through the portal. Fuck. That's a natural one.
Can you just for the hell of it give me a wisdom saving throw? We're gonna play it this way.
Yeah, I did it to myself. I'm sorry, guys. That isn't bad. That's a 22.
Okay. Or
Your slap lands ineffectually upon Ivar's chest.
I'm gonna say
Come on,
that
big guy.
Ivar,
Let's go.
try to put them at ease. He just says, "We're still waiting for a job, and don't worry. There's someone who needs to pay for what has happened. We're not done yet."
She'll step through.
Okay.
With a final look to anyone else, is like, come on, don't make me come back through, because I don't know that I can't jump back in. Like, it's threatening everyone to get inside the portal.
You step through, and you find yourself back in the house. Yanshu standing next to you in front of the stairs going down into the tunnel.
No. We were... Citadel, what?
What has happened?
There was a portal. I've just left everyone.
What do you mean? Where's Ivar? Are they and he looks down the stairs into the tunnel.
You want to explain?
Fatema, it's your turn. No, 6, it's your turn.
6 just kind of, he dashes up to the portal. He's going to use his full 60 feet movement to get as close to the portal as he can. Before jumping in, he's going to give a bow, very low bow, to Rek and to Tundo, who's way back, and just jumps on through.
You find yourself standing next to Boop.
Well, that was pleasant. it's my turn.
Fatema.
As she has seen the blue blur go past her and felt his hands brush through her hair, the energy she was putting into racing towards the portal kind of ebbs a little, only because it's like once she steps through, this wreck will be gone, and on the other side, that wreck will be nowhere near her, and that gives her a bit of pause. So she's gonna take all the necessary movement eventually to get to the portal. And when she reaches Rexusa, she just kind of looks him in the eye, shakes her head, and like a little smile kind of quirks the corner of her mouth. And she just says, I hope to see you again sometime soon there, cowboy. And she levitates, holding on to like his sleeve, otherwise she'll just fly up. So she levitates and takes his head in her hands and places a kiss on his forehead, and then lowers herself down, takes his hand, gives it a real good squeeze, and he will feel something left behind. And as she steps through, I imagine, he opens his hand and sees her coin of Tamora, and she waves goodbye and steps through.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Rack.
My turn. I've been typing messages to everyone, but since it's my turn, I'll just say this one because it is most meaningful. He will realize the significance of the coin and think about luck for a second. Think about how we label things. Because dreams about hellfire, some scary shit. And if you have no frame of reference, no context, it could drive you crazy. I think that's probably the path he was going down in this version. That coin reminds him of, how you label things. It's all about perspective. And he smiles. Big bugbear, toothy, all over the place smile. Some are broken just from gritting his teeth in this moment. A constant of the universe. Sometimes it's just a kiss on the forehead. No equation for that. And with I don't think everybody's through. I think Jal isn't through yet. Jal is not through. Almost there.
Ivar's waiting on him by the portal.
Okay. Yeah. I think the last thing while maintaining this is I think there is an exchange of energies with Ivar. It takes on some of that, I don't have a word for it, ethereal nature. And Ivar, I think, gets a glimpse into that storm rune, which is a prophetic state. And it is nebulous. There's nothing really specific like Rek would get, but you do get, in the next minute, pure hope. Everything's going to be okay. That's it.
Rek, as you are standing as a force of nature, holding this portal open so that these people can get through, whether it's your proximity to the portal itself and what it means to be close to the other side of a different time, of a different plane, of a different Odromia. You catch glimpses and pieces of other memories that suddenly traverse the times and spaces. And there's almost an exchange that happens. Not almost, there is. You suddenly see your hands gripping the wheel of a ship flying high in the sky above clouds. The sun beating down in your face, the wind in your hair. A different Rex Souza. And this Rex Souza has suddenly a memory of yours. Of a kiss that is shared, literally holding the door open between worlds. And as your hand grips the steering wheel of this ship, fills you with immense strength and hope that there's some significance to this, there's some meaning for this. And that fills this other Rex Souza with strength and a lot of encouragement. That hopefully means that your friends are still out there. Jal.
Jal will land at the portal, knowing that Ivar is there waiting. He's going to look up to Rex Souza and give him a nod and just go, from one soldier to another, make sure that you're serving the best king you can. Then he's going to turn back. How far away is Tundo?
I had moved up, I think it was 40 feet from where we were
So
standing.
you're standing a distance away.
Yeah.
Close enough to hear Jal, though, as he looks back at him and he just says, from a human who has lost his home to a dwarf who has lost his. I hope you can find peace with your new home as well. And it's a salute from another land, but it is a salute for royalty nonetheless.
Tundo bows his head and grabs his shield and strikes it against his chest. Stay safe, my friend.
With that nod, he's going to turn to Ivar and go, shall we?
Ivar looks at him and gives him a nod.
You guys, you walk through the portal. And you are greeted by the sight of Neska and Yanshu looking down at you from the hatchway that leads into the basement tunnel of this house. Right where you left off. The rest of you, you make it through the portal, arriving on the other side of the Midnight Citadel. The Midnight Citadel solid and unmoving behind you. The moon high in the sky. The air still. No signs of invasion. Boop, give me a perception check. As you sort of like gather yourself and you look around at your group of friends as they materialize through the portal, you hear the sound of footsteps behind you. As you turn, you see a familiar face, one that you feel like you only just left a couple seconds ago. Tundo, you are finding your friends. That was weird. You all just disappeared in the middle of the street and sort of left me. And I've just been looking all over the city trying to find you guys.
6 just goes in for a hug without any. Yeah, just straight up group hug right in the middle of the street.
Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Hey, we're not the sub sensations now, okay? Let's save it for later.
Boop was
Boop,
like
here.
frisking Tundo for his flask.
I was gonna say,
like,
here, Boop. I found some good hooch. Something told me blueberry mulled wine. You know, just I'm tasting out different
It's been a hard
spices.
day.
It's been a hell of a day.
I had a blast.
It's been a real hard day.
I've been gambling most of our money away, and I apologize. But trust me, we'll make it back. Six, don't look in your trunk.
Oh, you son of a...
You didn't lock
At
it.
least
It's
you weren't
not my
trapped in
fault.
the bathroom this time.
Oh.
Right.
We will say, for all intents and purposes, that both parties have made it back to a reality, a world that is their own. That's not where this story ends, though, or this scene ends. On the other side of the portal, a dwarven king stands alongside his closest advisor, the Hammer of the King. And they stand side by side looking at the portal that is enshrouding the Midnight Citadel. All of a sudden, all around them, above in the sky, portal after portal after portal, tearing open into the reality. Massive clawed hands and tentacles coming out of these holes in time and space.
Tundo turns to Rex, gives him a hug, and he puts lace on hands because I know he's hurting. And I heal him for the full that I have. I think it's 50. Who would have thought? A big bugbear and a tiny dwarf saving the world. Wouldn't have it any other way. Look at us, big softies. And I smack him, like, pull out my axe of Dwarven Lords, like, let's get this shit done.
Oh my god. I get to say this line. Maybe not a bugbear and a dwarf, but friends.
Tundo shits it.
Glaive comes out from the portal and goes with him.
And that is where we will end tonight's session. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Coin goes in the pocket.
Hey, this isn't the end for Rex and Tundo, man. We're gonna have many adventures.
Buddy cop movie.
I know.
Have your own spin-off series.
I'm getting too old for this.
Well done, Andy.
Well done.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Bringing us all
Holy
together.
Shitballs, Andy.
This whole thing.
I didn't feel the whole time at all.
This whole thing.
Oh my god. Ugh.
Lovely playing with you guys for the first time that I did. You know,
Likewise.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
What an
Absolutely.
awesome send off of the year.
He's amazing.
Full circle.
Oh my god.
Do it, Andy. Drop a tear. Just do
Andy,
it.
we did it,
I
Andy.
already
You survived.
I already cried. Like, I already did it. The
Gonna be crying in the shower later.
I was keeping it together. I was keeping it together up until Jal, which Jal has never made me cry before. Jal has never made me cry. And
Oh my god.
right
Only
that-
out of pain.
that callback to Ashcaleen and drawing the connection between Homes Lost. That was
There you
Just-
good sir.
that was
What I do.
awesome.
a lot of circles. Circles all around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy New Year's, y'all.
best 2024
Happiest of
memory.
New Year's.
Emotionally drained.
Oh,
Dude, I am
You
going
have a
to
pleasure.
eat so much food.
I'm sad that it's 1:15 in the morning and I can't order mac and cheese because somebody said it earlier, and I don't want fucking mac and cheese.
my
by
guy
the
over
way,
your kitchen and make some.
My compliment to everyone for making this so comfortable and so easy. I was like suffering from like acid reflux for like the hour beforehand of just like the nerves of like everything being pushed up. I was like, am I gonna throw up like right when we start? Because I was just waiting in anticipation because I'm not seeing anything. And you guys just made it so like breathless. It was really nice. So thank you so much.
Of course. It was great. I'm honored and grateful for all of this being able to happen, for Andy being able to like bringing us in all like this from the, competition character thing that started the one shot.
One shot. This is the one a year.
This is a
almost year
This is
later.
a 1 year one
One
shot,
shot.
guys.
It's still going.
It's still going.
He didn't say how long the one shot would be.
Yeah,
To
I
be
mean,
fair.
Shot after
something.
one shot after one.
Yeah, it's one shot of a century. I don't know.
This is technically session
okay with it.
11, I believe.
This is
something
session
like
11.
Oh man.
Technically, a keg is a shot. If you're brave enough.
You're brave.
This was such a ride.
Yeah, I could like wax poetic on just a lot of things that I think about D&D, but something that you said there, I definitely want to touch on is that within this game, and I think within life itself, not to be all like weirdly hoity-toity about it,
No,
is
Do it.
no, definitely with life, is nothing happens in a vacuum. Like you have to celebrate each other and you have to invest in each other. So trusting that you will do the same in turn makes everything like multiplied so much better. So it was just wonderful balance. It was really, really great. Being open to that kind of versatility and flexibility is really great.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
No words.
Now I'm very
Tired
briefly
and
going to
hungry.
say what I wanted to say before I was Zoom very rudely kicked me off for a second. I just want to say thank you to the cast of the survivors. This honestly did start off as a one shot, and then it became a two shot, and then it was one of those things where I feel like we just enjoyed each other's play,
Just
each other's
feels
characters. And I realized that I had gotten lucky again, which I've gotten lucky just because of this cast of people that I've been playing with for almost 4 years. And that doesn't normally happen. Lightning doesn't normally strike in the same place twice. And I feel like it did with this. So thank you. I've thoroughly enjoyed our sessions, and I'm looking forward to continuing them into the new year, bringing some conclusions to you all, to Neska's journey, to Jal's journey, and Ivar's, to Hunter. I will always be very thankful for the first time that we ever started talking on TikTok Live. Not to make it about TikTok, but TikTok is responsible for the majority of everything that I have right here in front of me right now. And I am so glad that we have continued talking beyond just what we do in session, and that we're able to share not only a love for storytelling, but just a love for just so many other things. And I am thankful that you, along with everyone else here, bring I feel like you lead from a position of kindness in the majority of things that you do. And I am very thankful that that is on full display here. And I'm very thankful that you are a part of this world, both here and in this one that is fictional. And to these crazy group of peoples that have some of whom who have been with us for almost 4 years. 4 years in February 28th will be 4 years. Thank you. I don't know why you're still here. I'm joking.
Through
The
so
Slack
many
message.
people.
The Slack message.
Y'all are great. And I know that through this game, we've seen a lot. And by that, I mean, I'm referring to everything that is happening in the outside world that we encounter every single day. And I'm very thankful that we are able to come into this space and tell a story that is different from that one. And that we've been able to process a lot of the things that have happened outside of this game, through this game. And yeah, thank you. It has been a wild and crazy almost 4 years. That being said, I do look forward to when we finally reach a finale, which will be coming at some point. This is
Never. Harry
that-
Potter scream. Never.
We will, hopefully, schedules permitting, be able to face it together. And I love you all, and I look forward to playing with you in the future.
Yes. Lots of love.
Thank you also
Happy
New Year,
for
everybody.
making this happen, because honestly, we recorded our session before this for the survivors. We recorded it at the very end. I was like, so I'll be doing a New Year's Eve session. And immediately everyone was like, wait, could we make this happen? And then literally it was hours before this session started. Victor was like, guys, I get off at 5. We could totally do this.
I just told the other supervisor, I was like, hey, so it's kind of slow. You don't need me, right? You don't need me. You don't need.
Why are you waving your hand?
This is
By
not
the
the
next
picture
one
you're
that I
looking
did,
for.
after the last swipe, I was gone. It was just like,
Down and out.
Where'd he go?
where'd he go? Clock out. Sorry.
Oh. Hell yeah.
GG, everyone.
Amazing.
Great game.
GG.
I will talk to you all soon. Have a happy new year and an exciting, just awesome 2024.